Примечательно, что Саумед производят в соответствии с халал-стандартами. Дело в том, что большинство капсул лекарственных препаратов и БАДов делают на основе животного желатина. Для Саумед же используют растительное сырье, поэтому его с уверенностью могут употреблять даже вегетарианцы. На каждом технологическом этапе проводят строгий микробиологический контроль. Саумед назначают по 2 капсулы в день во время и после еды. Продолжительность применения – 3 недели. Возможны повторные приемы в течение года. Перед применением следует проконсультироваться с врачом. Саумед. Защитные силы природы на страже вашего здоровья.
Students, my name is Takaaki Kajita. I'm an experimental physicist studying neutrino physics at the Institute for Cosmic Research of the University of Tokyo. I'm glad to speak to you in the second Central Asia Nobel Fest 2021 in Kazakhstan. Through my lecture, I'd like to share my research experiences with you. I hope you could learn something from my lecture and show more interest in science and scientific researches. I'm looking forward to meeting you online.
Dear students and colleagues, my name is Aaron Chikanover and I am an Israeli physician and biologist working at the Faculty of Medicine of the Technion, which is Israel Institute of Technology in Haifa, Israel. I happen also to be a laureate of the 2004 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for discovering the ubiquitin-mediated proteolytic system. I intend to participate and to give a talk at the Central Asia Nobel Festival series of lectures, and I invite you all to participate, to inspire us and to be inspired. But mostly, I want you to learn from this participation one lesson. People like us who made important discoveries are human beings exactly like you are. We have 2 hands, 2 eyes, 2 legs. We are simple human beings, and if we could do it, you can do it as well. So all the best, and hope to meet you all in the upcoming Festival of Nobel Laureates in Kazakhstan. Take good care of yourself and stay safe.
Welcome to the Central Asia Nobel Fest in 2021. This is John Mather, Senior Project Scientist for the James Webb Space Telescope, working at NASA in Greenbelt, Maryland, the United States. I'm interested in the whole history of the universe from the Big Bang to now, how life became possible on our own little planet circling an ordinary star, how we can protect our planet, and how far we can go. I hope you will find the Nobel Fest a fascinating adventure.
Hi, I'm David Spergel. I won the Breakthrough Prize in 2018, and I'm excited about speaking at the Central Asia Nobel Fest on my work and others on cosmology. Over the past 20 years, we've learned that atoms, the stuff that makes up us, makes up only 5% of the universe. So I'll be telling the story of how we probe the dark matter, the dark energy, and look back to the beginnings of the universe and learn how structure and galaxies and everything else emerges. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Hello, I'm Christopher Haken, 2018 Breakthrough Prize winner. I'm very excited about the upcoming Central Asia Nobel Fest lecture series. I hope you'll join us.
Nobel Fest.
События 2020 года. Пандемия, самоизоляция, локдауны. Да, но не только они. 2020 год – это плюс 15 тысяч жбановцев, новые лаборатории и кабинеты, новые возможности Smart University, создан автономный образовательный портал с собственной системой прокторинга. Увеличено количество услуг Smart Арсу, проведена неделя цифровизации. Достижения ученых. Учеными выиграны гранты на 160 миллионов тенге. Под руководством профессора Кванышбека Шункеева разработан учебник по физике для школьников Казахстана. Открыт диссертационный совет на соискание степени PhD по филологии. Защищена диссертация по математике. Успехи студентов. Волонтерские организации и школа волонтеров стали лучшими проектами области. Проведен международный студенческий семинар «Перспективы развития студенческого самоуправления в эпоху цифровизации». Участники стартап-академии выиграли гранты на свои проекты почти на 3 миллиона тенге. Международное признание. Университет стал соорганизатором международной конференции QS. Жбанов University впервые вошел в международный рейтинг QS University Rankings и ECA и занял 351 место среди лучших вузов. Год Абая. Имя и наследие Абая стало ближе тысячам казахстанцев. Проведено множество мероприятий и конкурсов. Опубликовано несколько научных трудов. Книга Абайтану передана во все школьные библиотеки области. И, конечно же, 2020 – это юбилейный год университета Жбанова. Проведено 85 благотворительных мероприятий. 503 человека награждены юбилейными медалями. 85 педагогов получили премии от областной профсоюзной организации работников образования и науки. Выпускники Актюбинской области стали обладателями 85 грантов имени Кудайбергена Жбанова. Зарегистрировано 85 патентов. Учеными факультетами передано в библиотеку по 85 книг. Студентами реализовано 85 стартап-проектов. В 2020 году Жбанов University перелистнул 85-ю страницу своей истории, чтобы с новыми целями идти вперед вместе с вами.
Откуда берется энергия? Я черпаю свою энергию из работы с детьми. Вот какие навыки точно понадобятся ребенку во взрослой жизни? Математика, английский, программирование, физика, что это? Нет четкого ответа. Ответ как-то сам пришел. Я работала еще с трудными подростками в Таразе, с детьми из детского дома. А когда я уже училась в Колумбийском университете на психолога-социального работника, я поняла, что детям нужны навыки, которые помогут им управлять своими эмоциями, мотивировать, самомотивировать себя, уметь справляться с трудностями, ставить, достигать какие-то позитивные цели, которые будут менять их жизнь к лучшему. Как молодой психолог решила, что хочу работать именно с детьми, помогать им развивать свой эмоциональный интеллект и учить их быть лидерами.
Хорошо, да?
Наша команда создала вот такую уникальную программу. Это программа летнего лагеря «Будущее – мой выбор». Это игры, это тренинги, это творческие занятия. Все они нацелены на то, чтобы помочь подростку понять себя. Благодаря поддержке партнеров ее прошли уже сотни подростков.
Когда я ехал в лагерь, я думал, что это совершенно обычный лагерь. Поверьте, я никогда так не ошибался. Тренера, что там были, они научили меня понимать свои чувства, они научили меня понимать чувства других. Я стал более общительный, более открытый.
Ну, меня слышно, да?
Театр можно назвать формой арт-терапии. Взаимодействие с театром «Артишок» у нас достаточно давнее. Первый спектакль был о взаимоотношениях детей между собой, о взаимоотношениях школьников, а второй уже был о взаимоотношении родителей и детей. Все истории, которые мы брали для спектакля, для сценария, они были реалистичные.
Нашим родителям часто не нравится, как мы выглядим, с какими людьми мы общаемся, и музыку, которую мы слушаем, и так далее. Поэтому мы решили, что пригласить родителей на наш спектакль было действительно важно. И они увидели себя в тех героях, которых мы играли. Но спектакль открыл глаза не только нашим родителям, потому что и мы поняли свои ошибки. И я думаю, что этот спектакль очень сильно сблизил нас и дал нам понять друг друга гораздо лучше, чем когда-либо.
Очень хочется, чтобы все родители принимали и любили своего ребенка вот таким, какой он есть, со всеми его достоинствами, недостатками. Мы, взрослые, должны научить детей генерировать именно положительную энергию. Тогда они смогут менять этот мир, делать его красивым, лучшим и более интересным.
два, три, раз, два, три. Я говорю.
Что такое
Чуть-чуть добавить,
энергия? Я
так,
думаю, что
окей,
это
понял.
знание, которое двигает нас к прогрессу. 4 года назад вышел
Вот
первый
тупецкого,
номер
окей,
журнала
хорошо.
«Ойла».
А, ну да, тут вот здесь стоит.
Никто не верил, что печатный, да к тому же и научный журнал сможет
Раз,
стать
два,
популярным
три.
у детей. И это
Как
в
оно?
эпоху Ютуба.
Отлично.
Помню, как в самом начале отправляли наш журнал бесплатно в школу. А сегодня «Ойла» — это научно-популярный журнал, который издается в 11 странах мира на 5 языках. Это журнал на казахском языке, а это на немецком, корейском языке и, конечно же, на английском.
Раз, два, три, раз, два, три.
Нашего журнала так
Говорю
востребован.
тебе
Я
информацию.
верю, что каждый
Тоже
ребенок
да?
хочет стать ученым,
Понял тебя.
изобретателем, успешным человеком. Нужно лишь дать правильный импульс. Наш журнал помогает полюбить
Вот,
науку,
вот здесь.
раздвинуть границы и развить глубину мышления.
Раз,
Мы
два, три, раз, два, три,
рассказываем о
Рус.
принципах устройства Вселенной
Рус.
и о задачах,
Отлично, да?
над которыми бились лучшие умы человечества.
Еще одна диапозитива.
Наш журнал читают более 20 тысяч детей в Казахстане. Мы отправляем журнал даже в самые отдаленные регионы
Раз, два,
страны.
три, раз, два,
У нас есть юный читатель в Ауле Жумыскер в Атырауской области. Доставка к нему
Как было,
обходится даже дороже стоимости самого журнала. Но мы просто
смотрите.
не можем оставить этого ребенка без новых знаний. А еще Ойла помогает
Галан,
учителям
шапка
интересно вести
Галан,
уроки. Все
шапка
это
твоя?
дает нам энергию создавать наш журнал.
Сегодня «Ойла» — это не только журнал, но и школа наук для детей.
Мы ведем увлекательные курсы по физике, химии, биологии и математике, которые не похожи на школьные предметы.
Говорю мне убавить
Наши курсы
его.
прошли более 700 детей.
Энергия знаний бесконечна, но распространять ее можно только благодаря единомышленникам. Мы рады, что наш журнал нашел поддержку многих людей. Мы — команда журнала «Ойла», и мы хотим, чтобы наши дети умели думать.
А, ну выставляю русско-английский. Всех оба выставляю русско-английский, они сами насрут уже. А без разницы, да. Да, мы хотим либо слева направо двигать, не брать в стену, либо сверху вниз. Нужно аудиторию. Да, он с той стороны, потому что отсюда не проверено. Все хорошо. Раз, два, три, раз, два, три. Рус.
II – супер-ап для общения, решения ежедневных задач и потребления контента. II – это мессенджер, кошелек, групповые чаты и музыка.
Наука всегда проливала свет на самые невероятные загадки и открытия. В мире, где ускоряются промышленные революции, знание – это главный компонент развития. Несомненно, пандемия это подчеркнула. Только страны, обладающие высоким научно-техническим потенциалом, смогут быстро возобновить рост и оставаться в авангарде развития. Пандемия стала ключевым изменением в мире. Мы просыпаемся и засыпаем с этой новостью. Изменяются абсолютно все процессы нашей жизнедеятельности. Трансформируется не просто работа университета, но и их призвание. Какими они должны стать в современном мире? Как построить инновационную атмосферу? И как университетам находиться в авангарде развития? Мы видим несколько ключевых элементов того, как создать инновационную экосистему в университетах. И на этом я бы хотел сконцентрироваться. Первое. Это атмосфера свободы.
Я говорю, микрофон
Университеты являются ретрансляторами науки, а наука не имеет границ. Вузы должны создавать атмосферу свободы и среду для роста инноваций. Прежде всего, необходимо обеспечить абсолютную инклюзию и отказаться от любых барьеров и догм, которые могут ограничивать студентов в творческом процессе. Университет должен стать вторым домом для студентов, где они будут чувствовать себя комфортно. Свобода мысли, свобода слова, свобода исследований должны поощряться. Даже самые нелепые исследования могут привести к выдающимся открытиям. Это должно стать философией современного университета, который дает студентам свободу мыслей и знаний. Второе – это атмосфера инноваций. Необходимо давать студентам беспрепятственный доступ к различным ресурсам и пространствам внутри университета. К примеру, при многих зарубежных вузах действуют специальные инновационные гаражи. Их могут бесплатно и без препятствий арендовать студенты для воплощения своих проектов и идей. Доступ должны иметь даже те, кто уже закончил университет, или те, кто даже не учился в нем. Нужна постоянная связь между альма-матер и человеком, чтобы эта связь была длиной в жизнь. Третье – нетворкинг. Как известно, нетворкинг очень важный элемент для процесса создания инноваций и открытий. Все открытия так или иначе делаются благодаря другим открытиям или исследованиям. Взаимодействие с профессионалами своей сферы помогает взглянуть на свой проект под другим углом. И наука, и образование стремятся все больше использовать междисциплинарный подход. Общение с другими профессионалами является наиболее эффективным способом интеграции различных дисциплин и подходов. Именно инклюзивные пространства создают благоприятные условия для нетворкинга. К примеру, если университет открывает инновационный хаб, куда доступ разрешен другим исследователям, изобретателям и экспертам, тогда создаются дополнительные возможности для нетворкинга их студентов и выпускников. Четвертое – это устойчивые комьюнити. Университетам необходимо поддерживать связь со своими выпускниками. Необходимо мотивировать студентов вступать и быть активными членами студенческих комьюнити, проводить ежегодные встречи, давать преимущества, такие как бесплатный доступ на кампус, коворкингам, пользоваться инфраструктурой, открывать стартапы в стенах университетов, проводить время в библиотеках, приходить в университетский спортзал, предоставлять скидки на дальнейшее обучение, скидки на обучение родственников и даже детей. Только так будет расти связь студентов с их альма-матер. Это будет важный шаг к созданию эндаумента в Казахстане. Пятое – это soft skills. Для эффективной кооперации и нетворкинга молодежи необходимы мягкие навыки. Многие студенты и выпускники не умеют правильно выстраивать отношения на работе и во взрослой жизни. Необходимо в программу университета ввести обучение soft skills. Нужны предметы, которые будут мотивировать студентов показывать свою точку зрения, развивать критическое мышление, поощрять процесс принятия решений и обсуждения важных жизненных ситуаций. Шестое – это обратная связь со студентами. Сегодня многие крупные компании уже исключили диплом о высшем образовании из обязательных требований. Этот процесс будет расширяться и увеличиваться. Представляете, сегодня нет многих специальностей, но уже существуют профессии с высокой оплатой труда, где нет необходимости диплома. Нужна обратная связь со студентами. Какие предметы они хотят изучать, что они хотят получить от университета, что хотят внедрить в образовательный процесс. Студент – это целевая аудитория, и его мнение имеет основополагающее значение. Седьмое – это связь академии и бизнеса. Не просто бизнес должен повернуться к университету, но и университет со своими знаниями должен развернуться к бизнесу. Университеты должны не просто нанимать представителей бизнеса, а создавать специальную программу, которая позволит профессорам взаимодействовать с бизнесом и консультировать их по важным вопросам. Академия должна понимать и знать бизнес-процессы, потому что она учит студентов работать так. И последнее. Обмен знаниями с ведущими исследователями мира. Конечно, несомненно, важным становится то, как университеты могут привлекать ведущих международных экспертов и профессоров преподавать для студентов. Это повышает уровень как в глазах студентов, так и в глазах профессоров и в международных рейтингах. Наш фонд инклюзивного развития поставил себе цель создать в регионе новую базу знаний благодаря привлечению ведущих ученых и проведению масштабных нобелевских фестивалей по всему Казахстану и региону Центральной Азии и Кавказ. Так, первый Нобелевский фестиваль, который прошел 1-4 октября 2020 года, собрал более 10 тысяч зрителей, 125 университетов, 7 лауреатов Нобелевской премии, 3 лауреата премии за прорыв и многих других именитых ученых. Нобелевские фестивали станут постоянным и главным научным событием региона. Кроме того, мы планируем серию научных дней в университетах Казахстана по различным дисциплинам, где лауреаты Нобелевской премии и мировые ученые смогут преподавать в университетах страны. Мы приглашаем все университеты к такому инновационному сотрудничеству и коллаборации. Спасибо за ваше внимание и желаю всем множества новых идей и коллабораций.
Hi, this is Lyman Page from the Department of Physics at Princeton University. With colleagues, I won the 2018 Breakthrough Prize in Fundamental Physics for research on cosmology. I hope you can join us for the Central Asia Nobel Fest lecture series, where we can tell you more about what it is that we do. Look forward to seeing you there. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Что такое энергия? Я верю, что энергия девочек может дать нашему миру инновации.
Поэтому при поддержке наших партнеров 3 года назад была запущена программа Girls in STEM, в которой я ментор. Эта программа помогает девочкам заниматься наукой, технологиями, инженерией и математикой. Мы уже получили впечатляющие результаты. Наши участницы покоряют Кремниевую долину, собирают роботов, запускают мобильные приложения. Об их проектах рассказывают на канале BBC. Я верю, что мы даем шанс каждой девочке заниматься STEM. Недавно в одном городе открывали IT-лицей, в который хотели принимать только мальчиков. Но когда администрация узнала про достижения наших участниц, то изменила свое решение. Теперь туда принимают и девочек. Я заметила, девочки в STEM стремятся создавать социальные проекты. Ведь так важно, чтобы наше изобретение помогало людям.
Come Care – это мобильное приложение.
И специальная кнопка, которую надо нажать, если вы попали в беду.
Это ложка для людей с болезнью Паркинсона. Из-за тремора им очень сложно принимать пищу. Но благодаря нашей ложке это сделать намного удобнее.
Finder – прибор, который помогает сделать быстрый и безболезненный укол. Нужно просто навести лучи на область вены, чтобы подсветить ее.
Это умная перчатка для людей с нарушениями зрения. Она позволяет ориентироваться в пространстве и безопасно передвигаться.
На улицах мы часто видим заполненный мусором контейнер, поэтому придумали Smart Bin. Smart Bin – это умный контейнер, который отправляет сигнал коммунальным службам сразу, как только он заполняется.
Я очень хочу, чтобы каждая девочка могла стать ученым или инженером. Участие девочек ускоряет социальные изменения. Мы внедряем инновации во имя перемен.
Все, что нас окружает, города, дома, заводы, все это результат человеческой мысли. Все от страниц рассказов, книги до космических кораблей. Все это создано специалистами. Сильнейшие из них определяют развитие отраслей и профильных рынков. Это специалисты будущего. Жбанов Университи подготовил более 80 тысяч специалистов, которые развивают различные отрасли по всему миру. Свою историю университет Жбанова ведет с 1935 года с Актюбинского двухгодичного учительского института, преобразованного сначала в двухлетний женский педагогический институт, позднее в Актюбинский педагогический институт и, наконец, в Актюбинский региональный университет Кудайбергена Жбанова. Уже 85 лет университет Жбанова обеспечивает уровень качества образования в соответствии с потребностями рынка труда Западного Казахстана, внедряет инновации и научные достижения в производство и другие сферы жизни, развивает академические связи с партнерами для решения инновационных программ и воспитывает гармонично развитых личностей. Университет Жбанова – это 15 201 обучающихся, 6 учебных корпусов, 4 дома студентов, студенческая поликлиника, парк инновационных технологий, 30 исследовательских центров и лабораторий, 6 научных библиотек, дворец студентов, дворец молодежи, 7 спортивных комплексов и площадок, центр студенческих инициатив, центр обслуживания студентов, 131 филиалов кафедр университета. Жбанов Университи – это образование будущего, которое наступило сегодня.
Сегодня на Central Asia Nobel Fest более 3000 зарегистрированных участников.
Первые нобелевские онлайн-фестивали.
Уже 9-й год в Казахстане успешно реализуется социальный проект «Coca-Cola Belestere», который нацелен на развитие женского предпринимательства на селе. За годы работы в рамках проекта обучено более 35 тысяч сельских женщин, из которых более 3,5 тысяч участвовали в конкурсе на лучшую бизнес-идею. В итоге 81 женщина получила грант на начало или развитие собственного дела на общую сумму, эквивалентную 304 тысячам долларов США. Обладательницы грантов создали более 200 новых рабочих мест. Уникальность проекта в том, что он имеет простые и понятные учебные материалы, составленные на реальных примерах. Бизнес-тренеры проекта выезжают даже в самые отдаленные населенные пункты областей республики. Все это делает проект доступным и полезным. За весь период проекта проведено более 350 тренингов в различных населенных пунктах. В 2020 году обучение проходило в онлайн-режиме. Истории успеха победительниц проекта Coca-Cola Belestere, их путь и достижения полезны миллионам женщин из всех регионов Казахстана. Служат им примером, являются вдохновением и стимулом смелее открывать собственное дело и верить в себя.
Какое ощущение у вас было, когда вам сообщили, что вы выиграли грант Coca-Cola Belestere?
Просто бомбила и разрывала изнутри. Я была одной из 10, это было просто взрыв эмоций тотальный, потому что я просто прыгала и скакала.
Я волновалась сильно, я сейчас помню, как все как в тумане. Конечно, это гордость какой-то, я даже не знаю, как это описать. Столько людей, я на сцену не выходила перед таким количеством людей.
Изменилась ли ваша жизнь с Coca-Cola Belestere?
Өзімнің білім беруге арналған оборудованиемді алдым, тренингтер өткізе алатын болдым, эксперт болуға шақырды. Сол арқылы табысым ұлғайды.
Бизнесім алдыға жылжыды. Былтыр 400 литр бал алсақ, биыл біз енді Coca-Cola грантын жеңіп алғандықтан біз енді Алла қаласа 1000 литр бал аламыз деп отырмыз.
Вы хотели бы что-то сказать организаторам проекта Coca-Cola Belestere?
Масштабировать, чтобы количество грантов увеличилось в десятки раз, чтобы женщины смогли реализовать свои мечты, бизнес-идеи.
Это очень классный, замечательный проект, и хотелось бы, чтобы больше женщин получило такую возможность.
Данный проект дал начало движению активных сельских женщин, которое в итоге способствовало созданию отдельной площадки – форума сельских женщин Казахстана. С 2018 года ежегодно проводятся областные форумы
Приветствую вас, дорогие зрители второго Нобелевского фестиваля Central Asian Nobel Fest. Спасибо, что сегодня на повестке дня вас ждут интеллектуальные разговоры, дискуссии и лекции о самых волнующих темах нашего времени.
Дорогие участники второго Нобелевского фестиваля Central Asian Nobel Fest, я рад приветствовать вас. Мы всегда говорим, что Нобелевский фестиваль — это больше, чем фестиваль, потому что мы стараемся создать в регионе Казахстан, Центральная Азия и Кавказ новую базу знаний. Для чего? Для того, чтобы студенты, молодое поколение могли принимать участие в лекциях, в дискуссиях с самыми знаменитыми учеными мира и лауреатами Нобелевской премии. Почему это так важно? Потому что только те страны и те регионы мира, которые активно вкладывают в образование и науку, смогут быть на передовой той технологической революции, которая сейчас происходит в мире. Позвольте мне вкратце рассказать, какие сегодня события ожидают вас. Мы с вами поговорим о профессиях будущего в мире постковида, о том, как технологическая революция трансформирует профессии, и об этом расскажет вам Саясат Нурбек, один из самых известных и ведущих экспертов в сфере образования и профессий в Казахстане и вообще во всем регионе Центральной Азии. Мы также поговорим с ректорами о реинжиниринге образования. Мы поговорим о том, как такие платформы, как Zoom или Microsoft Teams, изменяют традиционную систему образования, дают новые возможности для студентов и для университетов. И мы поговорим о том, возможно ли в Казахстане и в Центральной Азии создать кремниевую степь по подобию той, которая существует в США, как Кремниевая долина. Позвольте поблагодарить наших партнеров в лице компании Coca-Cola, корпорации Chevron, наши университеты-партнеры в лице Южно-Казахстанского университета имени Ауэзова, Актюбинский региональный университет имени Жубанова, компанию BTS Digital, фонд Сорос Казахстан, фонд науки, Министерство образования и науки Республики Казахстан, а также Бюро непрерывного профессионального развития МФЦА за такую большую поддержку, которую они оказывают в плане развития человеческого капитала, образования и науки. И я бы хотел начать с такой важной мысли. Если вы абитуриент и только выбираете университеты, выбирайте университет.
If you are the ones who want to get enrolled, will be our partners, Auezov University and Aktabe Regional University. They are in support of such an innovation festival like Nobel Fest, and this is quite a big sign. And these are innovative universities who are going with the requirements of the day. And I'm giving the next floor to Rahimbek Nazarov, the acting president of the Aktabe Regional University, named after Zhbanov. On behalf of the Soros Foundation, I would like to greet the participants of today's festival, and we want to support this platform, which is participated by the laureates of the Nobel Prize and the experts and the young scientists and the authors of the innovation projects. And our foundation has been working in Kazakhstan over 20 years, and for all these years we have been working with our partners actively, and we've been announcing program and projects for promoting of the values of the open society and supporting the equal opportunities for all, and supporting initiatives aimed at the development of critical thinking. The pandemic actually opened up new problems in the different sectors, and so in response to that, we created a reserve fund, which is over 300 million tenge, and we are proud that this was of avail and use for the medical workers and for the teachers in rural areas, and for the parents who has kids with specific needs. And one of the main lessons of 2020 was that sustainable development is not possible without equal opportunities and access to the quality education and then to the quality medical services and without work for the good of the society. And we cannot leave these things without attention. And Ali Arkharova, president of the Public Fund, will take floor on today's platform, and they will talk about overcoming the inequality in education. And I will wish productive discussions to all of the participants of today's meeting. Distinguished guests and participants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Zhubanov University in Aktabe, I'm glad to greet you on the ceremony of opening the second day of our fest. And our university is the intellectual nucleus of our region, and it plays a role in preparing specialists for innovative changes both in the region and the country. And our university is more than 80 years long, and we are creating cadres in the humanitarian and the technical areas, and we have over 15,000 students today, and annually our graduates form a new cadre capacity of in the new in the country, in the big companies of the country. And the 2020, the university got the highest position in the top of 20 best universities in Kazakhstan, and very active in international arena. And in 2020, we joined the university regions, and we got 351st position. And our university is analyzing the international experience, and this is makes a good contribution to development of international. And we have contacts with many universities in different parts of the world, and over 40 international professors visit our university, and we have research accomplishments by our scientists, by our young specialists, and we develop new opportunities joining festivals like this, and also the speakers from major companies and the scientists with the with the world's name will also help for development of our university. And using this opportunity, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for the fact that we are participating in this festival. Distinguished participants and guests of today's festival, let me wish you success. Speaks in Kazakh, our Zhubanov University. We are proud and we are ready to make sure that the further work will go in an active way. And thank you for your attention. Launching and the growth of business depends on innovation and on contribution of people. And Elon Musk says that, and why the biggest number of successful startups got engendered in Silicon Valley, and can countries in Central Asia create similar conditions, and what is needed for development of startups, and how to create and how to keep talents in the region. And Mr. Sarif, Adamovich, Seleznyov, Abeyev, Kerimkulov, and Duzenov will talk about that. And so we already presented today's topic. Thank you for your attention. And today we would like to try to find answers to those questions, whether or not we could create the Silicon Step in Kazakhstan, and what kind of efforts will be needed for that, and what is required in our infrastructure and for creating such ecosystem. And we have gathered here representatives of the Foundation of Science. These are the people who would start from the innovation and then would push for introduction. And Nikolai Adamovich is the founder of a company in Latvia, which is called Commercialization Reactor. And we have also managing director of Astana Hub, and also bright Kazakhstani startups, and who are the ones from one side creating startup out of research, and then also at the same time they are introducing innovative ideas and making them required and relevant. And so these colleagues of ours will try to issue some recommendations to us, and we will be trying to ask them right questions. And the first speaker today is Nikolai Adamovich. The floor is yours. Good day to everybody. I'm greeting distinguished audience. Thank you for the fund for inviting me to this event, and so we could then tell you about our accomplishments in this recent 10, 11 years of our work. And then if my slide presentation is available, please put them on the screen. And if not, I will be just talking without them. Okay. No, we have that possibility. We will make sure that it will be on the screens of the participants. But so far you can start, and until we find when the presentations will appear on the screen. Well, like I said, we've been working over 10 years, and this is the platform for commercialization of the research results in universities, and which for some reason have not been commercialized. Commercialization means when you develop something, when you turn it into the product, and then the product turns into the goods, into the merchandise. So the merchandise is something which people are prepared to buy. And many years ago, we discovered that researchers, scientists, they are not very much inclined to make those things to turn those things into the merchandise. So they are not that sort of people, and so we decided to help them, and we wanted to induce maybe some entrepreneurial spirit in them, to give them some entrepreneurial spirit to their academic endeavor. And we've been able to create over 100 startups, and over 30 million euro was invested at the early stages. And this is still working. This is still existing for such a little country, and the population of which is about 1.5 million. So these are quite tangible figures, and these are all, and I'm talking about the deep tech startups. And so today the talk will be about any other types of startups, IT startups as well. But over here, I'm talking about the commercialization of the science, of the research results. And so we'll look over 600 cases. And like I said, we've made investment into over 100 startups, and we have the venture fund. So we've been able to win that tender. So we have that as well at hand. And using my presentation, I wanted to tell you why entrepreneurial component is important for commercialization of research of science. And we should understand that creating startups, it is an exclusively entrepreneurial task, and there are 7 types and sorts of entrepreneurial tasks, starting from the search of the right market application, and also followed with a collection of needed competencies, required competencies. And we can see that in the research startup, in the science startup, you should be doing that 24/7. And those researchers who want to continue their research career, they should then choose whether they should abandon it or. So we're trying to get it done, but Mr. Damovich, could you try to launch it yourself and make it possible that we can see it? So they said that you could do that. So very nice, we can see it now. So let me then skip what I have already told you very quickly, and then I will just come down to
This is Saifiko, the leading scientist at the best university. He's been working hard for many years and developed many great technologies. However, Saifuko's dreams have yet to be realized. He wants to be the best in his field and continue his great inventions. He wants his inventions to matter and be useful. To get his inventions out of the lab and into the market, he must be daring and follow a specific course of action. But he doesn't know what to expect or what steps to take, and this makes Saifuko uneasy and uncertain. So he decides to just continue on to his next invention. Entiko is an ambitious entrepreneur, a big dreamer, but he hasn't found that great idea yet. He doesn't know about Saifuko and his great inventions, but Entiko knows that a strong business must meet customers' needs and bring value. He also knows that understanding their needs requires continually approaching potential customers, a repetitive but rewarding process. He is ready to meet the challenge of working on bringing something new to market, but he doesn't have the resources to find that special something. So who can help Saifuko and Entiko? We can. We are Commercialization Reactor. And since 2009, we have been introducing scientists and entrepreneurs to help bring new and valuable technologies to market. With more than 100 businesses created using our unique proven method and an extensive network of experts and industrial partners, we can help Saifuko and Entiko begin implementing their dreams. At Commercialization Reactor, our team believes and has proven the best results are achieved when everyone plays to their strengths. Scientists continue research, and entrepreneurs carry out business development. So Saifuko and Entiko now work together. Saifuko continues developing his technology with Entiko's guidance of the market, and Entiko implements his business development with Saifuko's insight on issues of technology. Commercialization Reactor supports them both throughout their development and beyond. By uniting efforts, they can deliver essential concepts and products to market while helping people and other businesses. Saifuko is happy and feels successful. He sees that his research matters and he can continue his research. He gets more recognition amongst his peers and broadens his networking and cooperation opportunities worldwide. He increases his publications and gets access to new projects, grants, and patents. He now gets rewards from his own business. The university benefits as well. Saifuko remains their leading scientist and continues important research. They receive opportunities to access new innovations and resources and form new partnerships. They receive profits from commercialization, and a spin-off company becomes a source for further scientific achievement, patents, and publications. This has a positive impact on the university's reputation and strengthens its collaboration with the industry. Commercialization Reactor continues its ongoing support to Saifuko and Entiko's creative business and stands as a business inspired by science.
Да. В общем, это наш метод вкратце.
So,
Главное здесь...
briefly, this was about our reactor. You have heard everything about it. I will just quickly go over my presentation. Now you can see the scientist. It's a leading scientist, vice director for research at RTU, and the challenge that this scientist had was technology sale or self-develop. Neither was possible, and we were developing, and this is something we were doing. So we also have Anton, who was another scientist. It's a spin-off. It was a licensing agreement for a background IP with RTU. So then we were solving the following entrepreneurial tasks, and those of you who are in the science commercialization, you might benefit from our experience. So first was
of all,
to find the problem of the market that needs to be
market's problem, and first of all, everybody
that everything was out there already.
knew that pathogen
maybe
was
there was no
something
need
important,
to focus
and
on the
pathogen
research
in
and
the
pathogens.
milk, and then
But the existing
but
method,
you
which takes 2 to 5
wanna have
days,
it
was a little bit
like
outdated
in
because the new method
several days,
allowed to
but
carry
this
out
method allows you to have it in
hours.
2 hours. And then
That
this,
is
the
what we
second
need
one
to
is
do
the customer
as
development. So
customer
one
development.
was to understand
And
what should be done for this, and the most important thing here was that
And
for commercialization,
the
so
other
normally
problem
they would
is
need
that
some
we needed to
competencies if
build
they had
product
some
development,
competencies.
and we
So in
needed to
optics and the
focus
neural
on financing as well.
networks, they didn't have it before. And
These
this is
are the
about the
funds
funding, and
that
this was quite a bit
our
of funds
partners
that
had.
has to be that was to be
And of
attracted.
course,
And
for the industrial
starting
needs, we also need to move from the
from the
third and fourth
fourth
level
level,
to
you should
the
lift it up
higher
to the
level.
6th or 7th level. And this about
Here we talk
microscopes,
about
about the neural networks, and this is about the AI, and this is
and we need
you should
to
be all the time
work
in contacts with the
continuously.
industry, and
And of course, we
at the end of
need
the day, all
to
this
focus on
is to
all these
be
entrepreneurial
solved out,
tasks.
and these were the entrepreneurial
These
tasks
tasks
that
were
have
resolved.
been resolved. And
It is also very
it is
beneficial to
important
the
that all this
university,
was quite important for the university, and the
but it
universities
also
should
important
understand
to say that we need to
that
sell
if
the
you're from the
technology,
lower TRLs, it is
and
impossible to sell them.
we need to
And
accept the
over
approach
here
that
on
it is
this
only
level, you
possible to
need a lot of
entrepreneurship
efforts
from TRL 3,
on
4.
the side of entrepreneurs. And as for the as the
And we also need to
value
accept the idea that IP value can be measured
of the
only
business,
in the future.
you can assess it only in the future, not now, and not immediately. And it is very important
We also
that the
have
university
special
should have the
policies for the
policies
transfer of
and
technologies.
approaches for technology transfers,
And we need to
and
establish
that should
our
be
own
described.
policy
And
and procedures
it
for
is
the decision
also
making
desired
about
to have
DT should
the
be with
technology transfer
DTO.
office, and
And we need to seek
this is
external
not to be seen
cooperation
in
with
the
other partners.
by far in many European
What is
countries,
also important
and also the preparedness for
is to
external
be ready
cooperation.
for
We
cooperation.
also saw that universities
And we
they are trying
recommend
to
moving on to
internalize
the
it only,
partnership
but we
as close
encourage
as
them
possible.
to go outside. And this is about the 7 entrepreneurial tasks, and these
And this cooperation
would
helps
help
the
the universities
university.
to become better and stronger.
Thank
Thank
you
you
for your
for your
attention.
attention.
Thank you very much, Nikolai. It was very interesting to hear your ideas. Science and non-science. We also have Arkady here, Arkady Seleznев. Everything is changing very quickly, and science is changing quickly as well. And you can hear that in the different situations. And this language might be a weird one for others. This is a scientific language. It is nothing exotic. It is something you can easily find in the news. You can just switch on TV and you will hear that. And borders have been changed. But I will say that experience of Nikolai is quite interesting. This situation is not an easy one. And this task has not been resolved yet. And traditionally, we are considered as the leaders of innovation. And again, this is not an easy task. We were trying to do this rather simple task, but they're still important. We have different projects, including social products. And the main area for us is startups that implement new business models. These are entrepreneurs that want to make money at the end of the day. So the end goal is to have commercial revenue. Startups are doing a little bit better. It is easier to go onto the global markets if you have a good commercialization rate. Maybe we as a team might want to create our marketplace, and it might not be easy. You know that a lot of marketplaces have been created before us. Nevertheless, TRL might not be at the 6th level, it might be 7th or 8th level. So this is the level of comfort. When you feel your superiority in technologies and you don't have any immediate problems. All of that happens in the beginning. Could you tell us more about deep tech? What is ETRL? These are startups, and they have certain technological development. This is an example, right? And they will talk more about that. So deep tech are those who have a certain technology. And they also need to do proof of concept, and they need to solve their problems step by step. So at the stage of TRL, it is used quite often. And initially it was used by NASA back in 60s, 70s. And if I remember it correctly, it were 7 levels early on, and now there are 9 of them. Yes, 9. And you can read up on it on Wikipedia. You can read about scalability and the stage of the product development. This scale is quite convenient, and many corporations use this TRL level, many universities all over the world. This is a widely used technology. So number 3, number 4 is just the beginning stage, and 6 and 7 and 8 is a later stage when you can already try out the product. So our area of competencies is commercialization. And we know a lot of startups that actually have these quite heavy technological solutions. Just because startup life cycle, starting from the technological development, is quite long. And if we're going to have startups with good technological content, we will see them less and less frequently. If we look at pharmaceuticals, then it will be a completely different story. For example, we talk about vaccine development during the pandemic. This is quite exceptional. Usually, it takes years to bring medication onto the market. So we are not even talking about 2 to 3 years. We talk about 7, 10, even 15 years time to market. A lab to market is measured in years. IT startup, you can launch in just a couple of months, especially keeping in mind the fact that now the information penetration to society is immediate. You know that hype can happen easily. Some ideas might just emerge and burst within a couple of hours, just because the society is ready for that. Now we're all the society of scrollers. And now our attention span is less than a fish. But it is an easy story. If you want to be popular, if you want to be successful, a startup have to come up with some new ideas, but it creates, nevertheless, a situation in the country at the moment is such that we're still rather far away from real market-based system that would be stable, that would be developing in would reach some serious stages when it comes to startup without any help from the state. Being Astana Hub, we have one of the support tools for startup. We come to those parts of ecosystem where there is not enough market players. We are the Institute of Development who can see that, who can understand that. We understand that we can easily become obsolete on this market. This system is rather mature. It is ready for such support. We understand that. So we do not plan on becoming obsolete anytime soon. That's it? Oh, that's it. I thought you were gonna do some numbers. Oh, yes, I can do that. I can. What should those who want to do startups, what should they do? How they can come to you? How much money they will receive? How can they become millionaires? Right, okay, let me talk about that. First, you need to open website asanahub.com and receive information about the program that you're interested in. The programs are for different stages of startup, just for people who are interested in innovation and IT area, and all the way to difficult corporate programs that are specifically designed for startup or deep tech, where you need to prepare and provide your solution to the big corporation. So as an example, recently we have a new program on no code. It's an interesting area when non-IT people can develop IT products. There are no competences, no IT competences within the team, and yet you need to develop an IT prototype. So these new products, the no-code products, can help you with that. And it can also be used by other people. We have received more than 400 requests. Over 300 students take part in this education. Maybe it's 160 or so students at the same time. So you can see that the interest in this area is quite high. We plan on also doing the startup schools, those who want to explain some basic ideas about startup, what it is and how it is different from any other businesses. Yes, right. This we understand. We have quite a lot of activity for the existing startups, for the early stages such as acceleration stage. And we have a lot of activity this year. How many startups do you have in the hub? Well, so let's see, acceleration program taught more than 200 startups, keeping in mind all the restrictions that took place. This year, we're ready for the lockdown related restrictions. Last year, it was more of a force majeure. So, nevertheless, we have had 180 startups in our educational programs. That is still quite a good number that we consider when it comes to our development model. And how many of those turn into sustainable businesses? Well, this is not an easy question. I believe that time will show us. I mean, business with sales. We have results sales, we have information on the new jobs, but as for the sustainable model, well, it is not always a good idea to count it. Well, do you think that Uber is a sustainable model? Yes. Well, I don't think so. But they've reached their capitalization reached a billion. How many startups reached 100 million in capitalization? Maybe 10 million. Sure, I see where you're going. We need our national unicorns. We need some companies that would further support these startups, but we don't have these startups at the moment. So we don't have that much silicon in this step. Not that much silicon, that's right. And it's not a matter of silicon, it is a matter of resources and investments, including venture investments. Here it is not easy to get venture financing. And if the situation remains the same, then we will not see rapid growth. We need to make sure that venture capital is available here. And I don't know whether the situation will change anytime soon. Maybe venture capital will come here, maybe from outside, or maybe it will emerge here. I'm not sure how it can happen. But at the moment, again, nothing is changing drastically. I see a lot of point of growth. So the availability or lack of availability of venture capital will mean quite a lot, especially for the big corporation. And when it comes to the introduction of new technologies, new solutions. So we need to make sure that, so right, we understand where we need to move. We need to marry venture capitalists with startups. And we need to give the opportunity to startups to make the money that is in the corporate sector. So we might need to solve this situation in a different way. So we don't have that much hope, right? So Silicon Valley is not quite ready in Kazakhstan, right? I understand that we need unicorns. We're not there yet, but we also have Argomat, we have Baitals, and we have others. So let's have a look potentially at such a company. How long did it take you from biotechnology to your startup? Arman, the floor is yours. Hello, our experience is quite unique, and it depends on the country and the existing ecosystem. Our idea was born back in 2015, and we have this need for financing. We walked our own path. Well, let's group. What do? You produce PCR tests, right? Yes, we are a company that deals with the infectious monitoring and products. Our diagnostic systems are related to the gene modified products and falsification of the meat products. Of course, we cannot do everything at the same time. We have the stage of the beginning when we just have the idea, and we have no money that we can involve. This is an ecosystem, whether it's there or not. Right, we also had certain problems. So I'm going to try and voice those problems. We turned to the state bodies. We suggested that we should have a joint implementation of our project. At the beginning, we did not have any understanding. We also turned to the private investors. 3 years ago, the story was as follows. Big investors would invest into some big companies that would give a lot of returns in the near future, but middle-sized investors or small investors were not that willing to do that. They would listen to us and say, yes, can you give us more detailed information? And we decided to choose a different path. We wanted to work at the same time with investors. We started raising small investors who in the future could become middle investors or big investors. And we wanted to make sure that they get to know our product, they get to know bio, medicine, biotechnology, and a year and a half later, we started getting our first results. So today, we have over 70 million in sales. We have a platform, a production platform. It is not scalable to the bigger production volume yet, but we have a good team of people, and I believe that these results are satisfactory for now. Sorry, I lost my thoughts for a little bit, but tell us what needs to happen so that startups turn into companies like you? Well, first of all, you need to assess the situation. If the situation is negative, then we need to look for new opportunities. If you carry out analysis of the situation and if you consider disadvantages as advantages, well, that by itself becomes your advantage. If you're moving into the wrong direction, well, then that's a different story. We understand that now in the market we have low competition. Our companies compete with Western companies, with European, with American companies. We have our own advantages. That includes high quality and low cost due to optimization of costs and the local production. So you can compete with Europeans and Asians. Yes, of course we do. And our products was provided to the Ministry of Healthcare back in 2019. And within a year, we moved to the monitoring of post production, where we exchange information about some issues with the product. And there was one comment made that we need to work on, but there are no significant comments. And yes, we can easily compete with external competitors. In 2019, we started working on solutions. And of course, we're not saying that we have the ideal situation, but it doesn't mean that we can't compete, that we can't find solutions. So you're doing well. Well, I think we're doing okay. Thank you. Well, let us move on to our next tenge millionaires, Jandos Kirimkulov. He is head of logistic startup, specifically for the agricultural farms using the remote probe system. So you're something between the businessman and between business and agriculture. Please, the floor is yours. I'm actually a graduate from the Kazakh National Technical University, but also studied in Nazarbayev University as well. I would like to give this as an example. We saw that the university developed an interesting technology and wanted to commercialize it and use it on the market. Now we're finishing up our year with some positive revenues. We're moving into the right direction. The idea appeared in 2017. I was just alone, and all those accelerators, incubators, of course, they help the founder of the company to develop soft skills. First of all, presentation, for example, that was a great opportunity for me. I moved from a corporation and so we took the fate in our hands. So talking about ecosystems or corporations, I am a little bit skeptical. So this decision to move into corporation, that takes a while, of course, and you can always put your resources into something else, and you can work with corporation. And you can have some exceptions, or you can have some rules, and you can make some quick decisions. We had experience working with a corporation. It was a negative experience, and we actually submitted a request to Astana Hub. We presented it. We're one of the best. So the corporation that announced this tender said that we were not ready to do that.
So I would like to recommend to those who want to start start up, please proceed from what the client wants, and if the client selects you, if your product is competitive in the market, and the corporations will be looking for you, they will be seeking for you, and that's what I can see now. Thank you. So this was John Doskerim-Kul of Startup Logistics. When we are abroad, we say logistics, geoinformation systems, but domestically we say logistic. Okay, another startup, not only in Nur-Sultan, there are startups also in Almaty. We have also a representative here, the sector of robotics, RPA Seika Labs, leader of the market of robotization, one of the leaders, Mohamed Jan Duzenov. Please, Mohamed Jan, the floor is yours. So would you try to answer the same questions then? Certainly. So I would like just to correct that this is not robotics. This is not a hardware story. We are more on software side. So the programming the robots. Well, trying to answer your questions, I can say take from the position of B2B startup, because we do not know maybe to the full extent understand the B2C and the other markets. The situation is as follows. I am inclined to think that the problem is not in availability or non-availability of venture money in the country, and nobody wants to go and risk whenever there are lots of risks related with the structure of economy and the country risks. I think this is related with the fact how domestically, with the minimum amount of money, you can find those opportunities and paths. Having the team of several specialists and the minimal investment could shoot and could become and turn into companies of 100 billion and something like that. So like the guy started in Silicon Valley, the money didn't come around immediately. And speaking from B2B position, so 60–70% of money lies with the government. So that's the structure of economy. So the money is with them, and the money is in some Kazna, fund, and the Astana Hub should be going towards that, and the money by themselves will not resolve anything. And I can see that on what I had an experience with my startup. So the money will just burn out if you start with money. So you should be just paving the ways, and you should be trying to maybe adjust the legal framework so that the local products would have considerable preferences as opposed to the external products, and also to give it afforded some sufficient time. And well, at the end of the day, the competition should be there, but not on the early stages. On the early stages, it needs protection. And I would recommend then that Astana Hub should think about that, that there should be mechanisms for the operation of the IT startups with government-owned companies, so that such companies could have orders from them with minimum input and with minimum competition from abroad. And we have to compete with Americans, and we have to compete with the companies in Russian Federation. And since we are in that economic union, in the customs union, this is and the market which is open for everybody. And then the Russians, they are stronger, they are several years ahead of us, and so the playing field is not level for it. And would you tell a little more about your project, just in a couple of minutes? We don't have much time left, but a couple of words about your startup. And we are two founders. We do not have any other shareholders. We ourselves decided to enter this business, and we started, two of us, and now we have 12 persons, and we make software for HR and for treasuries, and we can do it for different sizes of companies, and as a rule for the medium size and the large businesses. And we work with Concredit, Axel Acquarte, Stroy Bank, and as Cloud, Cap Technology, our NEAT. So those sort of companies, and we are working for them, and we also a number of other clients. And so as you can see in our portfolio, we have a number of foreign companies who have a confidence with us, who even help us at times. That's clear. Thank you. So we have questions popping up, and who can comment it? And I will ask questions. So what is the budget of Astana Hub, where it comes from? And please give us the most bright cases we had in terms of startups. And so this is the support of the government. And as for the live examples, I will tell you a little further about RPA. This is quite an interesting area. And I will also give my comments concerning protection. I will comment in respect of the protection against external competition. Well, I agree. From external market, there could come players who are much ahead of the internal startups, and this is quite a usual practice. And then it may lead to the fact that companies will not become competitive in the global market, because at the end of the day, we want to have that kind of companies who will be competitive in the global market. And Mohammed Jan was quite right, saying that they have quite limited time. And one of the measures is a special tax regime for the participants in Techno Park. So we have, they enjoy the principle of exterritoriality, and they are not necessarily should be physically located in the techno park, and in case of Mohammed Jan, it can work, and so he can be still in Almaty, but he can enjoy that special regime. But we are residents of Astana Hub, and I just missed to say that we are already residents of the Astana Hub, and as for the fast track for a large company to provide for, this is what I started to talk about. This is one of the points of growth for our system. So this is what should be done, and this is of course going to be difficult. And I was on top of the corporate innovations 2015, and I talked to many managers of large companies and saying that you have these kind of lots of problems, this and this, and I would have been told in response that I shouldn't be telling about those kind of things to them. And so please give us the most interesting cases. Mohammed Jan, so talking about RPE, so he made me to think about those guys whom I know in the United States. So they are from my former professional life, and they're also in RPA, and they're graduates of RPA and NATO, and they have a very good strategy for attraction of investments, and they would attract it for at least 1 year, because fundraising is quite a difficult process, and they are in a new round of that work every 6 months, and they can then save on the share in the company, and they are also quite competitive in the global market, and they work and they live and work in the United States, and they are in RPA, so which is about robotization. And Mohammed Jan is on top of that field as well. This is not the hardware, but the software. And we do not have much time left. And I was told also to be told about the interesting cases, Cobalt 57, and takes nickel and then shoots at it. And uses cyclotron for that, and creates copper, and then creates at the end of the day the cobalt. And then the next one is a wax science against morbidity, and we have the Academy of Nutrition, so they manufacture kazi from Turkey, and they are not selling it is successful, and not only here, also exporting it to the Emirates. And then also the project that uses nano containers and creates a very good paint against corrosion. And this is from Karaganda University, and they are already selling it quite successfully. And in Almaty also, that is about the grafting the apple, and they would graft on top of it quite interesting species of other apple. And we have 150 cases, and out of 150 cases, so the sales are in amount of about 9 billion, and 4 billion of them is the taxes paid. And I was told to talk about this very briefly, and we have just 30 seconds left. And who else would like to say what? And our company was issued a grant end of last year from the Research Foundation. So we've been supported by the government. So please inspire the guys here what they need to become millionaires. You shouldn't give up. You should just stand up and go forward. And the better result you have, quicker you go. Mohammed Jan, so would you say some inspiring words? Of course. Nikolai? Well, you should believe in yourself and go forward, and you'll cope with that, and you should unite. The number of attempts would determine your success. So that is the universe formula. I want to say anything what we talked about is that all is about the cooperation. So everything is depends on cooperation. So something inspiring. One should create a product which is required, which is needed by the people, and they are ready to pay for that. And then you are a millionaire. So we should become first unicorns in Tenge, and before you should be vital and Thai, and then at the end of the day, we all should become the startup nation. Thanks to everybody.
Круче.
Не-не-не, чебурек.
Самса. А курдак просто огонь.
Наш бег соберет сотни лайков.
Встретим весну за праздничным столом с Кока-Кола.
Уважаемый Бахтижан Жарылкасынович, уважаемые дамы и господа.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm Maksat Kolbenov. I'm director of Inclusive Development Foundation, and we put a goal for ourselves to create a new database, and in order to make sure that we will have the possibility for creating Nobel Festival, and it became a key event in Central Asia, and was possible thanks to the support of the Ministry, Aktobe University, and many others. And undoubtedly, it is important how universities can use this festival and can tap to the expertise of the Nobel laureates. First of all, the partnership in the framework of the Nobel Festival in 21, we will have two of them in spring, and then in the fall in a hybrid format. And then we created a series of lectures by the laureates of the Nobel Prize for the universities of the country. So the laureate prize winners will be talking in front of the university audiences, and the second one is inviting them as honorable professors, and holding such lectures will be the first step in cooperating with us, and thanks to that cooperation, the laureates and the famous professors can teach in online format, and we are nowadays working over that to make it possible. And the third one is creating a partnership for creating courses from international experts. And the pandemic made us to go faster in that direction, and also increasing the role of the human capital. And Nobel Fest is more than festival, so we are planning to create courses for Kazakhstan in taking into account different trends. The courses will be started in September in offline and online formats, and we ask universities to join to this new format of cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
Қадам басқанда. University.
Да? Звук, алло. Слышно? Слышимость хорошая?
Переход на дистанционное обучение стал новым вызовом для
Changing
современных.
over to the distance learning become a new challenge for modern education. The students, they have a good opportunity to discuss the transformation of the education practice and the ideas about the introduction of the open curriculum and creating platform for feedback. And so this will be talk that will be going on here with Daria Kramjarova, president of of University, Rahim Beknazarov, acting president of Zhubanov University in Aktabe, and also director of Azerbaijan University of Oil, Mustafa Babanoy, and special guest Sergei Christolubov is the regional director of QS, and Bakhchan Abdrahimov will be moderating the meeting. A good day to all of my friends and my colleagues, and our session is going to be quite interesting and active, I think, because we have planned it in that way, so that the main consumers of our services, the students themselves, would try to answer the questions and also would also ask their questions to the management of the educational establishments, and also ask those questions the experts that we have today. And in few words, I would like to mention that indeed the digital era, post-pandemic situation, all these challenges that are in front of us, and we had to deal with them last year and this year, and it became sort of a test for resilience of the universities. And so this was all about online education, setting up and access to the online platforms, and this allowed our students to compare to which extent that education that they are getting in the universities, to which extent they are corresponding to the standards which are offered by the leading educational platforms, and our sessions will be about discussing those.
So now, just in a couple of words, I would like to explain how it is going to be done. So now we'll just voice their names so that they can be ready to ask the question. Diana Jamilevna from AOS of University, Kuznetsov Dina, Adilbekov Asim, Betembai Aset, and Irzhanov Alimjan. We're going to have questions from the students, and then we're going to invite our speakers. And we will discuss those topics that we have prepared for the panel session. And I will give the floor to our speaker, to Sergei Krustalov from QS. World University Ranking. It's a rating agency. So I can say that 13 years ago, I personally met with Zoya Zaitsev, who invited her to Kazakhstan and to Kazakhstani universities, and starting from 2009, Kazakhstan University started to participate in this rating. And Kazakhstani University are presented in this rating. Kazakh National University in the top 200. And other universities are catching up. And with that, I would like to give the floor to Sergey Shtalyugov for his presentation. Thank you very much, dear moderator, dear colleagues, dear speakers. Thank you for the discussion, for the opportunity to participate in today's discussion. I hope that the pandemic did not touch you or any of your loved ones. Today, we're going to talk about all these questions that I have in the next 5 or 6 minutes. So I hope that you can see my screen, which I'm sharing at the moment. You can see it, right? Can you confirm that you can see it? Yes, we can. That's great.
Тема сегодняшняя, заявленная нашей сессии, реинжиниринг образования.
So the topic today is re-engineering of education, which transformations do students want from universities. In March, we had a survey of our students about their plans and the ambitions. And the survey was quite big. It had over 2,000 responses. We had people from 138 countries. It's a very big survey that we carry out on a monthly basis. When pandemic just started out last year, we did this survey almost every day, every month, and now I can show you the information that we have received. And that will enable us to understand better that concerns students and their parents.
Ну, наша миссия, с которой мы всегда начинаем все наши презентации.
Our mission, this is something we start every time. We want to support and motivate people all over the world in the implementation of their potential. We started our survey that we share here today with you with a statement. We offered a statement to the students who started their education last year when pandemic just began. We asked whether they were happy that they started their education in the middle of pandemics or whether they wanted maybe to postpone it till another year. And we were happy to see that more than 2/3 are happy that they started their education last year. And 1/3 said that they would rather postpone their education. Now, format of education, 19% prefer online, 23% have no preferences to online or offline, and 58% that they would rather continue studying on campus. Many students now study not only during the day but also during the night. You can see that 2/3 of students had to take part in lectures or seminars that took place at night. Now, as for effectiveness of online education, 19% believe that online education is organized very effectively, 41% said it's rather effective, 28% believes it's effective, 9% said it's not effective at all, and 8% said it's effective but not the best. So we can see that many universities updated their programs in order to face the existing challenges. As for the optimal format of education, 39% believe that education should be on campus, and 61% believe that the mixed format online and offline would be the best. Vaccination. Would you get a vaccine if you were offered one? 65% said yes, 10% said no, and 26% don't know. If university required vaccines for the trips abroad, would you get a vaccine? 39% said yes, 33% said no, 28% said don't know. And we also asked our respondents where the university It should require students to take the vaccine in order to come to the country where the university is located. 50% said yes, 27% said that they don't know whether the university should request a vaccination in order to get to the country where the university is located. 23 said no, the university should not. We asked which services are the ones in demand within the university. 28% said that they ask for help when it comes to employment. 28% use foreign student support service, 18% psychological support service, 17% visa support, 17% financial support, 17% psychologist advice and support, medical center 15%, placement service 18, sport complex 8, and studying languages of the country university 7%. These are the main results of the survey that we had in March. The main points that we can see in our activity, let me quickly go over that in the next slide. First of all, in the student community, there is a high level of stress. We shouldn't think that the opportunity to study from home is a more comfortable one for students. Many of them actually miss communication, they miss their friends and traditional way of education. That is why for both students and faculty, online education is quite stressful. And both students and faculty need support in order to overcome this stress. Second, there is a great delay demand for education abroad. Many students delay their plans for education abroad for at least 1 year. And just yesterday, we finished survey of UK students. 61% believes that all the traditional formats will be available as of 1st of September. And just 15% believe that restrictions will not be lifted. Over these answers, over these students, we have quite a fight. We participate in many different projects, for example, organized by the Swedish universities jointly with the British universities, who try to invite more students to come to their university. Third point that we should draw attention to is the fact that we need to create conditions for new coming foreign students to be able to come for help to certain services, be it financial service or visa support service. And all the universities are updating their programs. And now keeping in mind that all the employers are used to the fact that diplomas are issued online quite a lot. And many employers now start asking for a diploma of the micro program, micro master's degree, which can be accomplished within a very short period of time. For example, AI or computer programs. So universities will need to face these challenges as well. How can the traditional format of education for 4 or 5 years can compete with the micro diploma, so short-term programs? Thank you very much for your attention. I'm ready to answer your question. Thank you very much, Sergey. It was very interesting to listen to your presentation, especially your survey that you carried out. It gives us a lot of food for thought, especially for the management of the higher university, higher education. And we see the accumulated wishes and expectations of our students. Let us continue with that, our distinguished experts, and I would like to give the floor to Rosa Abisheva, she is the vice rector of the South Kazakhstan University named after Awezov. Good afternoon, dear guests, dear participants. Today, we would like to share with you the re-engineering of educational process experience of our university named our OS of it is implementation of the digital university based on the principle of ENQA. The development of our economy, especially in the area of the digital development, should also be oriented at the quality staff being prepared. Today, important trend is globalization of education. At the same time, the main mechanism of globalization is the use of digital technologies in educational processes. Education process cannot be imagined without using mobile apps, expanded reality, and other developments. But we need to understand that introduction of this latest innovations into education is not the goal in itself. The issue of digitalization should be linked to the way that we can combine both traditional and new ways of
По сути, система
education.
образования– это мост, который должен обеспечить уверенный переход в цифровую
System
эпоху.
education is a bridge that can provide the move to the digital era and also the growth of the expectations of people. That is why the efforts of universities should be placed not only on resolving the current problems of the university, but also on the redesign of the quality of education that can also meet high requirements of the
Важна
education.
реновация данной системы через ориентир
We also need to have innovation in education, and we need to move to the digital format. This report was developed by the working group in QA and provides recommendation to provide quality of digital education, part 1. So the recommendation include the following: policy for quality assurance, design and approval of programs, student-centered learning, teaching and assessment, student admission, progression, recognition and certification, teaching staff, learning resources and student support, information management, public information, ongoing monitoring and periodic review of programs, cyclic external quality assurance. You can see that we follow the quality assurance standards of the European standards. Our of university follows this document since the document was published, and having used it for the last year, we were already acquainted with the digital format of education. This document is G output document, which were developed within the context of the new digital era. The main goal is to contribute to the overall improvement of quality of education, and working upon this document, we're also improving such areas such as institutional policy and the strategic development of university methodology of education, infrastructure, upgrade the development of digital skills, availability of electronic library and virtual laboratory, management of information and provision of safety and security. So you see that we are rethinking and redesigning the whole educational process. We have a concept model of digital university serving the basis for the whole university development. By doing that, we are bringing the education to a new level. We have also developed a roadmap of the digital university, which includes information system of management, individual educational introductories, education content, and digital literacy. The university also develops different programs and monitor them in order for these programs to be adapted to the needs of the digital economy. They have a new group skills and the new companies such as economic and digital competencies, which also include analytical skills, creativity, digital literacy, and others. Based on the national atlas of the new professions competence, we have been introducing changes to the educational program, to the curriculum by correcting certain skills such as IT, critical thinking, creativity, communication, and others. Information climate of the university is based on a number of resources, virtual resources as well. It also include such a platform, which is the product of the university itself, such as ISPOS. We should also say that the e-learning format have impacted the development of digital skills of both students and faculty when working in different resources of digital university. For example, e-library, you can see on the slide, which has a lot of advantages. One of the best ways of reaching high results of quality education is the use of national and international media and digital resources, which enables our faculty to implement revolutionary technologies, and they can also unlock students' potential by also getting an effective feedback. For example, university signed an agreement with the MSCS, with the Center of Digital Development, with the goal to integrate online courses into the main educational programs. And we also have agreement with NITU MSCS, and we will be able to brand all these online courses with their further interpretation into our national language. In order to reach multiplication effect by using online content, we have currently initiated the creation of consortium of a network of Kazakhstan university in technology area with our partners. Digital transformation enables change in educational process, which at the end of the day is aimed at meeting the requirements of all the participants, and it will also put a university on the map of education in the world. And my last slide, I would like to urge everyone to do this. The Cambridge University says we are 800 years old and we're still walking. I would like to say that we are now 77 years old and everything is still ahead of us. Thank you very much. I'm ready to answer to any questions you may have. Thank you very much, Rosa, for such an interesting presentation. It is quite impressive that South Kazakhstan University is moving ahead at such a pace when it comes to digital technologies. I'm sure your students appreciate it. I would like to ask for feedback from our students. And now it is time for you to ask the questions, ask questions to the speakers or to you, and to any participant of today's session. I would like to give the floor to Diana. We can't quite hear you, Diana. We can see you, but we can't hear you. My microphone is on.
Да.
Добрый день всем участникам сессии. Уважаемая Роза Джанузбековна, мой вопрос адресован вам.
My question to you, Ms. Rosa, as you know, job placement, according to your specialty, is quite relevant in the southern region. And so what kind of work is carried out in your university to make that possible? Thank you for your question. So you're talking about the job placement. My colleagues know that the index of job placement is one of the leading indices, and any university is going to be judged to a large extent by that as well. And Mr. Krustalov also mentioned that this matter is always all the time relevant, and internationally in the universities they would have a special service for supporting that, and we have that kind of center in our university as well, the Center of Career Development and Job Placement. And according to the State Center on Pension Deductions, so according to their assessment, so our job placement rate is up to 89%. So our students, 89% of them will get job placed. And so I talked about that digital platform, and we have two platforms available, Fakultetus and BIM. The first platform is proceeds from a Russian platform, and the BIM is the one born in Kazakhstan soil, and each student using those two platforms can submit an application and would attach the resumes, and our stakeholders are also quite active participating in those platforms, and so they're interacting in that way. In our university, we have also created a database of our graduates, and we are monitoring their careers. They're looking what kind of careers they're having. And you also asked a question about the retraining. It is the demographically, so we have a high birth rate in our region, and many schools are popping up recently. So we have over thousands of them, and we have a shortage for teachers, and by a initiative of the Ministry of Education, we opened up the side entrance, as we would call it, and when non-pedagogical specialty students can also retrain for pedagogical skills, and we are supported by the local government, by its Department of Education, and as of today, we have over 100 participants in those courses, so we're retraining them, and so this again testifies to the fact that these people are already working, and the previous speaker talked about the mini programs, and this is a mini program in the limits of 40 credits, and this is actually covers that need for the teachers in our region. Thank you, Rosa. I would like to continue this discussion in a way from the perspective that not all students who have graduated from universities, they are job placed according to their specialties. So if I take my observations in Nur Sultan, so we didn't have a profession as delivery stuff. So, and whenever I have to deal with the delivery stuff, many of them would say that they graduated from some university, and they are quite comfortable in that new profession they have. And so the question then is goes to the demand. Is there real demand for the profession that our young people acquired? Because that is the core idea for which they choose their specialties. So we will give you an opportunity to talk later on as well, and you can answer that. You can make comment at that time. And this is now we want to give an opportunity to speak to the students. Dima, you can take the floor. I greet everybody. I would like to ask Rosa about the internships, professional internships, and because this would be an important component and would allow you to find your new job. And what the academic freedom gave you in terms of creating your autonomous and independent academic programs. Academic freedom was issued, yes, I agree with that, and we have introduced in all the cycles the internships of different types of internships, and all our educational programs, they proceed from the internships and from practice. We created, we entered agreements with over 800 stakeholders, and among them we have major opportunities like Kasfosfat, Fusmaster, Asia, Trafast, Standard Cement. So these are major companies who can offer a lot of opportunities for internships, and the freedom that we enjoy now allows us to create all comfortable conditions for our students so that they could go through internships that would involve some professional activities, and I visited all of those companies, and I was really delighted seeing what kind of conditions they are ready to prepare for our students, and we've been able together with them to renew and remake the curriculum of the internships, and I think this will really create conditions for our students at the end of the day to be really in demand in the market. And I think that all the internship possibilities that we have, they would make sure that they will acquire all of those skills which are prescribed in the educational standards. And also, in addition to what I said before, we have now taken the direction on creating interdisciplinary educational programs, and all advantages and disadvantages of one profession will be covered by us a professor. So also you have the notion, as you know, we have the notion of major and minor. So the training goes not only in one single direction, but we want to make sure that they would get skills that will be really required in the market. Thank you, Rosa, for your very informative talk. And I think we should go and continue our discussion. And I want the students from other regions also join us. And we have the head of the Aktobe University as well, and the university and the students from Aktobe University, from Zhubanov University, Asem Albekova. I can see her. Please, Asem, you may shoot a question. You may ask your question. And what is your perspective at education? So what is not satisfying to you, and the higher educational establishments where they should be going to? And I greet all the participants of this fest, and I'm thankful for this opportunity to be part of this. And what kind of works are carried out today in our university on introduction of digital technologies? So let us give the floor to Mr. Beknazarov. And I am supposed to answer this question. I think I am the active president of Zhubanov University. I'm also very glad to greet all the participants. I express to you, Mr. Moderator Bahajan, and also my gratitude to our guest, Sergei Khrustalyov. Yesterday, with we've been participants to our academic council, and I'm very glad to see you again on today's event. And undoubtedly, I want to say that Kazakhstan in 12 months was able to go through huge changes, and there have been huge changes in the culture of educational system in our country. And we went through huge changes without this pandemic. This process would take 5 to 10 years easily. And undoubtedly, so we are summing up what we achieved, and the pandemic actually revealed those positions that we couldn't go by, and the openness of society. So we, from proctoring of our exams, so today it is not possible to conceal that electronic trail, and as it is now accepted to be said among professionals. So the sheer truth is open today, and each educational establishment is trying to adapt to this, and the digitalization is the normalcy now, and we cannot deny it. And our kids, they are playing only digital games, and so voluntarily or involuntarily, the universities are getting adapted to that. And I am not going to speak about the quality of reports, but I want to really speak to our students, and our university is a big regional university, and we have over 15,000 students, and undoubtedly we are changing over to the major changes, to make major changes in our ecosystems, to make it digital. 3 years ago, we were very glad that we were able to set up the Center for Providing Services to the students. So we were content with that, but as of today, that is not sufficient. Now we embraced online services, and we have even an app that could be downloaded to your smartphone, and about 30 services can be provided through that app through your smartphone, and the students, for them, there's no need to come to the university, to that center anymore, and using your digital signature. So before it could have been done only face-to-face, and I would like to emphasize another aspect, the getting adapted to the needs of the digital culture. So we are doing not only by ourselves, so we have to do that in contact with our partners. And one of the examples, and this year, in the 1st September, we are going to have students in IT medicine. So 50% will be provided by our university. So we will be working in that field as a main provider of service. And then another 50% of services will be by Ospanov University. That is another university. And the pandemic showed that the medical personnel, even though they had tomography data, they could not use it because they didn't have necessary skills. And the two presidents of two universities, we decided to do together that curriculum for lifting up the IT skills. And also we are going to embrace another program very soon, again related with the healthcare. And all this is to be for the further good of our students. And Mr. Sergei Hrustalov was quite right when he mentioned about this, and we also discussed that yesterday. If today we are not embracing digital culture, if we are not changing the ecology of our university internally, so voluntarily or involuntarily, we have to compete internationally, and we have to embrace, we cannot deny that competition. And students today, they realize that actually they can actually the part of the study programs of the foreign universities, and we as universities also realize that, and we have to accept that challenge. And so that's the reason we are working with other universities as well together. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we have another student, Mr. Islambek. Islambek, would you share what kind of questions you would like to ask? I greet you all. I am grateful for this possibility to be part. And Mr. Ragım, I have a question to you. As of today, the shortened education programs are becoming popular. So maybe bachelor programs could be shortened down to 2 years. I got you. So let me answer in Russian. So Islambek, you understand Russian. So let me answer in Russian, even though the question was asked in Kazakh. So indeed, we already considered it in our strategic plans, and the pandemic situation also made us to quicken up our efforts, and we are not going to reinvent the wheel. And the Narikbayev University, where those who are graduates of colleges, they can then join the shortened programs. And if the program was for 3 years, so then also having had additional studies in summer, they can graduate it in 2 years. And if we then are able to satisfy the educational standards requirements, so we can launch that kind of program in the fall. So the one who joined our university and who is the graduate of the college, they can actually choose to take shortened bachelor program, and it would be also cheaper for them. And since we are the part of the Bologna system, and in Bologna system, the most important part is the personal trajectory of a student, and he or she is supposed to select the trajectory, and they should also select what should be in the electives, and they can enjoy the services of a consultant. The consultant that would tell them what would be most suitable for her or for him for developing his or her talents. And the international practice shows that a student may, and if traditionally the bachelor degree could be made in 4 years, so the option for a student could be that he can make it in 3 years, and then, and again, depending on the financial standing of the student, they can make it even longer, so even in 5 and 6 years. So in between, the student can go and work and then rejoin the university again. So, and in Kazakhstan, we still use the Soviet system, and to some extent we force them to make selection, but the recent practice showed that students, they are not in their liking, they don't like it. So that is my answer to you, Islambek. I just wanted to say, in addition, my understanding of this question was that today many educational platforms, including Coursera, suggest get a diploma of a bachelor or magister or master in a short period of time, as opposed to the ordinary universities. And it's going to be a challenge for the universities as well. Because through those courses, they are getting also good education, and the price tag is also quite attractive for the students, and also the time-wise, they are quite attractive.
Such courses will be quite useful not only for the university, but also for the Bologna process. And I believe that we need to review many standards when it comes to the education programs. Yes, I just would like to add that now the practice exists already, even in Kazakhstan. For example, the group construction company already has its own corporate university, and they train their specialists themselves, and it is already a challenge for all of us. It is also done in Russia. Kermgrid does that. And I'm sure that we will just lose in this global fight. Whether you want or not, this is what we need to do. Dear participants, I would like to give the floor to yet another speaker. It's the rector from Azerbaijan, Mr. Mustafa Babagli. Mr. Rector, we're happy to welcome you here at our online festival, Nobel Fest. Thank you very much for joining us here today. It is with great pleasure that I would like to give you the floor. Thank you very much, distinguished moderator, for providing me with such an opportunity to speak here. I listened to my colleagues very carefully. We're all in the same boat, and we all have similar problems and challenges. Today, I would like to talk more about educational process in Azerbaijan, and I will share with you the information on our measures against pandemic and what we are doing in terms of education during pandemic. I was told not to prepare a presentation, so I didn't. I will try to be very brief in covering these issues. Our university was built in 1920, so we actually turned 100 years old during the pandemic year, and we celebrated it at the state level. This is the second university of the Republic. How was the university founded in 1920? There was a big oil boom, you know that in 1886, oil was extracted in Azerbaijan for the first time in a product manner. And after that, of course, we needed a lot of specialists in this area. We did it based on the definition of the school, and then we turned into Baku Technological University. Over the 100 years, we changed our name 8 times, and all former Soviet people know this university as Azneftekhim. But during the independence years, we also changed the name, and we had similar challenges that other universities of the former Soviet Union had. Over this period, over 100 years, we prepared more than 150,000 specialists. And in Soviet time, the problem was one, now there are different problems. And when the pandemic just started in 2020, in March, we also moved to online education. It is not a remote education because it is online education. We did not change the methodology of education. We just carry out education online. In our country, even before pandemic, we had certain changes in our educational area, and we had a lot of attempts to improve the quality of education in order to provide universities with high quality of high level specialists and scientists. Also, we adopted the state program, and the best students of a bachelor degree were sent to different countries to continue their master degree, the top 100. We sent a lot of Azerbaijani students abroad, and those people are back now, and they're working for the good of the economy of the country. After that, our specialists wanted to continue this program. There are new programs as well, the so-called improvement of the competitiveness of the Azerbaijani university at the global arena. This program was adopted in 2019, and it covers 2015, 2023. We wanted to prepare and launch 5 new programs, including medicine, economy, IT, pedagogy, and engineering. In our university, we have one more university within our university. It's a joint university. Our university started working with bachelor, so the same way that the university bachelor degree usually takes 3 years, we also have developed a special methodology that was approved by our partners. They have their own program, their own methodology, which we agreed upon, and now we train specialists on several specialties. They can receive a major, a minor, such as in oil and gas, and maybe in some other specialties. They can also receive a Strasbourg University diploma and diplomas from other universities. So we have double diploma system. Within this program, we're now training our own specialists and prepare our new programs. And we prepare many people for the bachelor degree and also for the master degree. We have over 19,000 people were studying in our university. We're constantly working on improving the quality of our education. Thank you very much, Mr. Mustafa. It was very interesting to hear you speak. For me, it was especially interesting because I have a lot of colleagues and friends in Azerbaijan, including rectors of universities, and I know that a system of education in Azerbaijan is quickly developing. I believe you need to think about having double diplomas with Kazakhstan University and share experience with our universities. I think that would be mutually beneficial for both parties. That that could give a great impetus and a great synergy effect for increasing the demand of the majors that you provide. We have some other students also from Aktubinsk University. Unfortunately, our time is limited, so I would just want to give the floor to our main stakeholders, to students. Please, Aigerim, the floor is yours. Aigerim. Hello, dear participants of the conference. My name is Aigerim, and here's my question. Rahim Agibayevich, what changes would you introduce in order to improve the quality of education and in order to increase the demand on our graduates? Well, I don't think we can answer that in 5 minutes.
Да-да-да, Асель, я сразу повторю, что, безусловно, это вы правильно, модератор
Well, I should
подчеркивает, это
say
глобальная
that this is a global issue, and it's true that we cannot answer to that question in 5 minutes, but we look at the needs of the market. We're called the regional university. We provide different specialties, pedagogy and engineering. Engineering, for example, is focused on those enterprises that work in our regions. Aktubinsk metallurgy plant, and we work with stakeholders, work with employers, and we do what they need, what they ask. We also have a dual education program. We send our students to the internship to these enterprises. So we as a university provide the theory, and then enterprise provides practice. So we believe that this complex approach to the education, having both theoretical and the practical aspect, that now gives its results. And we have over 90% of our graduates being employed, including metallurgy major. This is a great pride for all of us. We are a regional university and we prepare teachers, and traditionally, back from Soviet times, we have students from Kızıldağ region, from Kulsara region, from Atyrau,
Жангельдинский район,
Жангельды region. Urals, Western Kazakhstan region. So all of these regions send their students to us. And it's not just students who want to study with us. Mangistau Akimat, Atarau Akimat, Western Kazakhstan Akimat send their requests for students to be with us. It is with great pleasure that I can say that last year we also invited students and we provided them with accommodation. So you see that the market needs, the market demands are taken into account. But of course we face challenges. We are not hiding that. For example, when it comes to Sirpin program employment, we have some issues. Not everybody gets a job with this major. Market needs are constantly monitored, and I believe that the problems that we have here in our Aktive University or Aktive region are typical of many regions of Kazakhstan and the experience that South Kazakhstan has. And I believe that Mr. Mustafa, maybe we'll try and cooperate with you as well. We would like to learn from the Azerbaijani experience. We should probably incorporate it here. Thank you very much. We only have 1 minute left. And I would like to give the floor to another student, to Alemjan. Please briefly ask your question.
Спасибо. Добрый день, дорогие
Thank
участники
you very much,
конференции.
dear participants of the
Мой вопрос
conference.
адресован Ахмаду Габаевичу. Каким вы
My
видите
question is to Hamad
будущее
Gabatoyevich.
образования после
How
пандемии
do you
и
see
ее
the
влияние на
future
весь
in the
мир? Каким
post-pandemic
оно будет
world?
в нашем вузе и
What will
будут
it
ли
look
какие-то
like in our
значительные изменения?
university and globally? I will try to answer briefly. I'm sorry, this is a very big question. And today, during the discussion, our speakers will answer that or have answered that. So if you allow me, I will come to the conclusions, because then we're going to have another plenary session. So if you allow me, I believe that this question that the student asked relates to all the speakers, and we can give the main conclusion that the digital transformation led to transformation of university. This is the new challenge, and students are the main element of education. And today, digital education became the most competitive challenge of all the universities and an educational platform that exists today. They became challenges not only for universities, but also for the Bologna process system as a whole. This is the conclusion that we can come to. And at the end, I would like to thank all of our speakers for finding the time to be with us and for participating in our today's discussion. I would like to particularly thank the South Kazakhstan University, Aktiv University, and our colleague from Azerbaijan University of Oil and Industry, our colleague Sergei Christolyubov, who is doing a great job on university ratings. This is very useful for our university. There's also a challenge for the universities that they have to face every year. They need to prove that they are the best and they belong to this list of top universities. I wish activity and creativity to all of our students, and I hope that our universities will continue to be in the front of those changes that take place in the global educational space. Thank you very much, dear friends, and all the best to you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
События 2020 года. Пандемия, самоизоляция, локдауны. Да, но не только они. 2020 год – это плюс 15 тысяч жбановцев, новые лаборатории и кабинеты, новые возможности.
Раз, два, три. Профессии будущего.
Создан автономный образовательный портал с собственной системой прокторинга. Увеличено количество услуг Smart Арсу. Проведена неделя цифровизации. Достижения ученых. Учеными выиграны гранты на 160 миллионов тенге. Под руководством профессора Конышбека Шункеева разработан учебник по физике для школьников Казахстана. Открыт диссертационный совет на соискание степени PhD по филологии. Защищена диссертация по математике. Успехи студентов. Волонтерские организации и школа волонтеров стали лучшими проектами области. Проведен международный студенческий семинар «Перспективы развития студенческого самоуправления в эпоху цифровизации». Участники стартап-академии выиграли гранты на свои проекты почти на 3 миллиона тенге. Международное признание. Университет стал соорганизатором международной конференции QS. Жбанов University впервые вошел в международный рейтинг QS University Rankings EECA и занял 351 место среди лучших вузов. Год Абая. Имя и наследие Абая стало ближе тысячам казахстанцев. Проведено множество мероприятий и конкурсов. Опубликовано несколько научных трудов. Книга Абайтану передана во все школьные библиотеки области. И, конечно же, 2020 – это юбилейный год университета Жубанова. Проведено 85 благотворительных мероприятий. 503 человека награждены юбилейными медалями. 85 педагогов получили премии от областной профсоюзной организации работников образования и науки. Выпускники Актюбинской области стали обладателями 85 грантов имени Кудайбергена Жубанова. Зарегистрировано 85 патентов. Учеными факультетами передано в библиотеку по 85 книг. Студентами реализовано 85 стартап-проектов. В 2020 году Жбанов University перелистнул 85-ю страницу своей истории, чтобы с новыми целями идти вперед вместе с вами.
Как переход на удаленный режим работы повлияет
Changing over to the remote regime would have an impact on possibilities of employment. And so the speakers, Nina Vuchenko, Denis Kononchuk, and Sayasat Nurbek, may I start? Distinguished participants, the next session that we want to discuss is how disruptive technologies and digitalization will change the market of the future. And what would be the new requirements to the all participants of the labor market. And let me introduce the speakers. And we are three of us, and I'm Sayasat Nurbek. I'm the General Director of BETS Education and I'm manager of the Atlas of New Professions in Kazakhstan project. And also Ms. Nina Vuchenko, General Director of Headhunter Kazakhstan, and Mr. Denis Kononchuk is the Director of Department for Corporate Training in the Moscow School of Management, Skolkovo. I actually decided to abandon my presentation. I will just say a few words about my project and being the member of the National Council under President of Kazakhstan. I suggested then that we need the national approach for projecting the labor market, at least for short-term and long-term horizons, and in order to see what kind of transformations in professions will take, and so what professions and skills will die. In 2020, despite the pandemic, we've been able to finish our project for 9 sectors: mining, IT, communications, agriculture, transport and logistics, construction, and the energy sectors. So we covered those 9 sectors, and 493 professions been described, and 293 new professions, 129 going to be extinct professions. So we described all of them, and I appeal to all of the participants to visit the inbec.kz, so you can get acquainted with the result of that big national project, which is called Atlas of Professions. And so we in detail made an analysis of all technology chains, and we analyzed the changes in all of those sectors, and we tried to describe the competencies, and so we created such a tool for development of new professions, and the curriculums of universities, they can also proceed from these using that tool. And in Kromtau for 2 professions, so they are now adopting a new profession as operators of drones for their mining works and prospecting works. And for Aturau University, new professions are going to be launched within nearest 5 years, and the very first one of them is going to be launched this year. And so that is quite an interesting tool. This is a detailed analysis of big changes that are going to take place in priority sectors. So you may use it, and in that way, this is also would help very much in career guiding for the graduates of schools. And so that is it on my side, and we have only 35 minutes left in order to use it sufficient to use it usefully. So let me give the next floor to Ms. Bыченko, who has been since long ago helping to the individuals in Kazakhstan to get jobs, and so the company now is also on top of the analysis of big data and the analysis of that data. So let us start with your small presentation, so that to try to see what is going on in the labor market. I agree to all the participants of the festival, and for 15 years of our operation, so we got registered over 3 million resumes, and 1.5 million vacancies been published. And as of today, this is the biggest database, and which allows to make the analysis and to detect the trends and the tendencies in Kazakhstan. Over the recent 3 years, the most demanded professions are the same, and the pandemic and what happened in 2020 never had an impact on that leadership. And so IT, accounting, and administrative personnel, so there's a big demand for them. And digitalization of many spheres gives a lot of positive aspects. It would allow you to optimize the labor and optimize many things. And the pandemic situation even quickened up those processes. And following the lockdowns, the companies became more active in developing online products, and the restaurants, they are now more and more embracing the touchless deliveries, and even fitness trainers are embracing new technologies. For example, in relation with the pandemic situation, the distance working was introduced, and which became habitual for many of us. And we made an analysis of such vacancies. For the number of vacancies increased 2% as opposed to the general figure. And but in the year before that, index wasn't even over 1%. And the share of vacancies where the potential employers, they are in the order for magnitude, they are considering possibilities for remote working, especially for sales in ITs and education and even administrative personnel. So, and analyzing the services in the first quarter of 2021, we have seen that the resume of so the resume is given. So 10% of those who are seeking jobs and they prefer 10% of them prefer the remote type of work, and so the job seekers they want to work in IT technologies, in sales, which is not a novelty, and also they are seeking jobs in production, in construction, in research, mass media, and marketing and PR. And in essence, all of the data that we studied shows us that companies and job seekers, they became more flexible and to embrace new types of work and new sorts of work. And this also allows to open up new horizons. And the geographical frameworks are not very important, and you may employ anybody in any city and even in any country, and it also opens up new financial possibilities. There is no need for you to move to big and major cities, and under hybrid type of work, some companies they reduced their office space, and they've been able to use the freed up resources for motivation and of their workers. And then summing up what I wanted to say is that the possibilities they will be growing and advantages they will be also growing. Thank you very much, Ms. Bichenka. So my question is like this: the main message of what you said was that the situation really changed very much in the market, but at the same time, the market was able to adjust itself to it, and there wasn't a big shock, and didn't end up in mass unemployment. And and those types of businesses which were related with the touches and contact, they were able to change themselves quickly. And in the first months of pandemic, we've seen fall in the vacancies and the new resumes, and then the market was kind of got still, and then beginning from the midsummer, it started to became vigorous again, and indeed, I can say that both sides, the employers and the job seekers, they were able to adjust themselves, and the white sheet global labor resilience index was issued by them. So this is index shows you how the country markets and other types of markets to which extent they've been resilient to such global shocks. And can we recognize that the market, the labor market in Kazakhstan is resilient enough, and it is resilient enough also to readjust itself against such shocks and waves. And well, the data that shows us testifies to the fact that we are resilient enough. So we will talk to you later on, Ms. Bichenko, again, and now to you, Mr. Konanchuk. So, and we had a big cooperation also with those, with that team who worked with the Russian Atlas of Professions, and I knew you in your previous position when we were the manager of CDSE, and I think you are still wearing that hat, right? And first, I wanted to give to each speaker 3 to 5 minutes for them to quickly tell what they want, what they had to say, and then we could change over to discussion. So I have a few slides to show you. Yes, so we can see your slide, and can we get it even full screen? Well, I wanted to mention about professions. So the professions of our future, the talk about them started not long ago, and we made analysis of all think tanks globally when the agenda of future professions launched really. And I think this is of interest for many who are viewing this, and many of them want not only just employment, they want a decent employment. And this was one of the global projects that we had, and it was in 2012. And then the same logic was used there, how technologies change employment situation, what kind of professions are dwindling, and the global agenda is 2017, 18, 19, and 2020, and the pandemic actually asked a major question, so what is next? And the major companies like McKinsey Global Institute, they've got their own websites, and including Deloitte, and they are monitoring processes which can be replaced by AI or by robots. So they make their projections proceeding from that. Then the second approach is a bit different. World Economic Forum, they employed that approach, and they would just make an inquiry of the owners of major companies. So they would ask them just one simple question: what kind of professions you're gonna have? And the responses, the answers were different. And about 70 million of jobs will disappear, but there will be demand for twice as much more professions, which is a good news. And and this slide tells you that in 2018, IBM, who made an inquiry of the managers of the companies who work with them. So what do you have in your agenda? What do you think about? And quite interesting trend from 2014. The technology is being on the 6th place in the agenda of the thoughts of the managers of the companies, and by 15 and 17, they actually went to the 2nd place. What happened? And it seems to us what happened was the following, that in 2016, they were just external factor. So they were just seeing that the internet was going more widespread, and personal notebooks, so we can optimize the workplaces. So they will step by step allow them to make their working conditions better. And then what happened between 2013 and 17, when suddenly the managers of the companies wanted to embrace tectonic changes in the labor market. And from our perspective, happened the following: technologies became more accessible, democratization took place. So what it means is that when you've been last time in the post office or in the bank, or when we tried to pay your bills, utility bills. So I've been to the bank 3 years ago. So today we are using apps, and which is more comfortable, and it takes it doesn't take much time. And so this all dictated by the demand. And so the participants of the market, they want more and more conveniences, and the patterns of consumption changes. So today we watch more YouTube than TV, and these kind of things became determinative, and so all that then decides what the participants of the market are prepared to pay for. And I think it was the same in other countries as well. And another basic trend is automation and digitalization. And digital transformation is a super trend, and it will take place another 5 to 10 years. And the all routine operations that can be divided into algorithms and steps, so all of them will be then replaced by the robots and AI. And so then the whole question is about the human being. Why we shouldn't be competing with the AI and with the robots, and where should be our new application? So, and the atlases, both atlases are human being centric. So this is about what kind of new values we could create. Let me stop sharing my screen. So this is what I wanted to tell you right now. Indeed, when we started our applied research, when we wanted to create our own atlas, and over 2,000 experts joined us, and we started from the bottom. We started from the heavy industry companies, and then the digitalization was a mega trend. It started to penetrate all the all sectors, and the global discussion immediately popped up then. So experts, they divided themselves into two camps. The first part were quite concerned. They said this is about total automation, like Frey Osborne, who worked with two ways of research. This is the research group from Oxford University. By 2030, in 10 years, half of the labor force globally, about 2 billion people, would lose their jobs because of that replacement that will be made possible by the new technologies. And the second group of experts, they say that technologies, they would create a lot of new sectors, creative economies, and this is quite meta, which I discussed, the human being concentrated services, game businesses, and the other types of businesses. So let us get down to the discussion. I would expect several questions for heating up from the audience, and I have questions to Denise and Tonina. Automation and robotics, so it will automate to large extent processes and would replace a lot of professions, or would it create new professions, and the workforce will go there? Any technology revolution and the new revolution, there would be modernization of the old ones and the advent of new professions, and both options are correct, and we should have a positive look at this, and we should look at it as the growth of the new possibilities. So let me try to give the next answer. They are right, they are correct on two new horizons, and the technologies in the short term will actually replace the human labor. So we've seen it in a number of places, including banks. In banks, many that kind of things were replaced, and in the short term, the people, they lost their jobs. But in the longer term perspective, there will be new jobs. So now, today, there is a need for data science, and you need thousands and thousands of data. And not only banks and the others, they are entering the digital transformation. And in order to better satisfy the requirements of your client, you should collect as much as possible data. And the more you collect data, more you understand your client. And the collection of data was one side of the business, and then the second matter is what to do with that data and what kind of patterns we can discern in them, and how one can reconsider their products, create new line of products, and to create new conditions. And so these are the professions at the juncture of different fields. And 5-10 years ago, these kind of people worked only in IT giants. But today, banks and retail companies, they employ thousands and thousands of stuff like that. And any other sphere which is touched by the digital transformation, they are requiring. And I think they will find new jobs. And another question then that comes from this, when decades ago, when the mechanization started, when we were able to retrain millions of people, and we were able to transform their skills and make them possible, and make it possible for them to work in the factories and plants. And then we were able later on with some efforts also to prepare them to provide to work in the services sector. And then what kind of time and effort will be needed to make them possible to change their profession into new digital professions. So it will need more competencies. You as a specialist on corporate training, what could you tell us? So what would be the restrictions there? And the economies of both countries, Russia and Kazakhstan, are to some extent similar.
Well, I don't know exactly about the market of Kazakhstan, but on the Russian market, we have like two players. The employer, first of all, and we know that large employers who go through a transformation, both HR and management understand that it takes over a part of a routine goal. So 10 to 15% of personnel, we're talking about thousands of people. So what do they do? Ahead of time, they already start internal process of education. Many companies, including banks of Russia, they have their own courses that allow the personnel who would like to improve their qualification, everything that is related to data, data collection, data analysis, to take on these courses. They train their own specialists for this smooth transition to the new positions within the company that need qualification with data. There are not that many companies. Second is the personnel. We cannot make personnel increase their qualification. It doesn't work. It's not just getting a certificate. It just means that this job may not be available in sometime later in this organization. And they need to improve their skills. Here we say that there are a lot of free of charge courses, Coursera and Kursbox. You just take on these courses and you improve your qualification. And that requires energy, it requires intellectual efforts from a certain person. And Nina, I have another question for you. So now within the Atlas, we're also trying to see what is the added value that Atlas could add to the formal education. We also have curriculum development. And now we also launch a new program for universities. But what about corporate education or additional education? This is a bit different. You have access to this data, so we would like to ask whether you follow the conversion. So the person applies for a job and sees that he or she does not meet the requirements for this job, and maybe they realize that they need to get some additional skills, additional competences. Where would they get that? And is there a Is there a motivation to maybe take this extra step ahead and get extra skills or extra competencies and then maybe finally apply for the job and get it? Now there are many corporations, like LinkedIn was bought out by Microsoft, and they realized that they provide additional value to their clients. So they bought out the LinkedIn and they say, so look, here's how we assess you. You are lacking a little bit here and there. And then they launch a whole new supranational platform. It is an educational platform, and many corporations start launching these alternatives in formal education. Google Education with Google Learning Certificate, Microsoft Certificate, LinkedIn, etc., etc. So I'm just interested to know whether you follow that in the job market or not. What does an average applicant do now? Is there such an imperative that we need to constantly improve our qualification, and where do we get new knowledge? No, we do not follow this data, and we don't know whether the I know that many applicants ask how they can improve their qualification because it is in their interest. It is the formal education, and here we're talking about short-term courses, right? And we have a lot new programs, and maybe year 2020 made it easier to get new knowledge, new information, new skills, and it is within the power of the applicants. And I believe that the employees in Central Asia also, of course, contribute to the development of their personnel, and they want to make it better for their applicants. Look at the banking sphere, let's say. Of course, the employees themselves are interested in getting better applicants. Well, of course, we can also increase our cooperation, not within this form, of course, but even outside of this form. Denise, could you tell us what are the most critical skills are in demand right now in this post-COVID world? I would like to speak about 3 groups of skills. We work a lot with companies. We also have Kazakh Telecom. There are 3 categories. First of all, whether we want it or not, we need to understand we don't need to be a scientist or the engineer in the area of data, but these need to be the people who know how to work with data. Manager used to be able to use some benchmarking, some examples. Now, most of the decisions are made based on data, and it is going to continue like that. And everybody can see that right now. So if now any other specialist is unable to start the dialogue with IT and speak the language that is clear to IT, then of course it is an issue. This person will just lose the position. So this is number one. This is number one, as I said. Second is related to communication within the company. In 2020, we also had the survey with HR, and we asked which are the main critical tasks that you need your employees to answer. So you are the... You ask them, can you do that? Can you do that fast? And this communication becomes even more and more important. We pay a lot of attention to it. And last but not least, we have competences that are related to pandemic. Many issues now that they need to improve their skills. And of course, not everybody wants to go back to the job, to the work office, because you're surrounded by many people
Управление
and
энергией,
they're afraid of
внутренним состоянием.
catching a virus. So they prefer to stay home and prefer to manage their resource state.
Отлично. Спасибо, Денис. Сейчас даже популярная CEO,
And that works in any job, in any profession. I think CEO was even changed into the chief energy officer. There's the officer who can provide energy to all the employees. Nina, I have another question about how companies can adapt to the digital way of working or remote way of working. Now that Headhunter
собрано, перешли на дистанционку. Может, поделитесь опытом своим?
is now working remotely, could you share your experience with us? How we can help companies to move to the digital formats effectively? Well, even pre-pandemic, many employees wanted to work from home, so maybe it was easier to move it, to move everything to the remote way of working. So we just decided to figure out how we're going to support our employees, maybe with equipment or maybe with some additional tools which we can even bring to their home. So for us, many tools are necessary, and they're even quite traditional for us. So maybe it was easier for us to move to remote way of working. I know that many companies had to take these steps. And many companies can't move remotely. Many employees can't work remotely just because they don't have the right tools. And we also looked for the information. Many people hired consultants, and they did it quite successfully. Nina, does your company plan on going to offline format, or do you remain in this format? Well, we do have certain restrictions following the countrywide lockdown-related restrictions, so we cannot go above a certain level, and we also have students who work in other cities in Kazakhstan. Of course, they work remotely, and it is not related to the pandemic. They just live in different cities and they work from there. Now we follow the hybrid way of working. Some people work from the offices, some people work from home. Do you plan on staying in this hybrid form? Yes, I think so. Okay, good. We have a couple more questions. I will also give some comments on the universities. Let us speak about cybersecurity, if we can.
Цифровизации приходит, выстреливают все риски, у нас прям волна сейчас.
With the complete digitalizations, we also have cyber risks.
Грамотность населения. Я вот недавно выступая перед президентом.
Multiplied by a low digital literacy. 100 years ago, in 1921, there was a decree of the Narcomat of the USSR about the liquidation of
такую тотальную массовую программу.
Literacy. So this idea has been around for 100 years, basically, about the literacy, and now it's just turned into digital literacy and cyber literacy. Denise, please. I believe that this problem is not resolved. If we see that large companies can leak their information and they face this leakage of information, of course, the problem is not solved. So what do companies do? First of all, you said that literacy of the employees, they just need to be trained in different scenarios, and it is very important. And many companies regulate it. So there is another trend that I can see. Many companies try to move away from the cloud solutions in order to protect their data and also decentralize data. They also want to localize their infrastructure, right? So everything that we can say about cybersecurity is basically this is a threat of now and of the future. Well, dear colleagues, we just have 2 minutes left, well, basically even 1 minute left. Let us sum up. Maybe each one of us can just say a couple of things about the most prospective job there is, or there will be in the next 5 years. Nina? Well, I cannot name maybe one profession. What I can say is that based on the results of the analysis, we see a growing trend. It is not new, maybe it's content developers, data scientists that we mentioned today, product designers. All of that will be important in the future. Even in the area of HR, recruiters that will cover all the existing needs. I agree with you, but I believe we will also have a growing need in scientists and researchers. This will be the people who produce new knowledge, and especially coming up to the day of the cosmonauts, this is the great opportunity. Well, actually, tomorrow on Baikonur, we're going to have a jubileum event related to space, and we will have a jubileum launch. I would want to name the profession of a teacher, because now everybody is starting to understand the importance and the urgent need to move to the lifelong learning. And now we're just getting new requests for the new teachers of new information, constructive online courses, absolutely new requirements to content, gamification, digitalization, and here we have a great need for great teachers. We're talking about 1.5 million quality staff that we are lacking. So please, dear friends, dear participants, constantly improve your qualification, follow the trends, and please keep in mind that now new times are coming when it comes to qualifications. And signing up, not those people who cannot read or write are the idiots of the year, but those who cannot learn something new. Improve your qualification, look for something new. And this world is volatile, it is constantly changing. And with that, I thank you, and especially thank our speakers. These are tough times. Please stay healthy and take care of your loved ones. Thank you.
Все, что нас окружает, города, дома, заводы, все это результат человеческой мысли. Все от страниц рассказов, книги до космических кораблей. Все это создано специалистами. Сильнейшие из них определяют развитие отраслей и профильных рынков. Это специалисты будущего. Жбанов Университи подготовил более 80 тысяч специалистов, которые развивают различные отрасли по всему миру. Свою историю университет Жбанова ведет с 1935 года с Актюбинского двухгодичного учительского института, преобразованного сначала в двухлетний женский педагогический институт, позднее в Актюбинский педагогический институт и, наконец, в Актюбинский региональный университет Кудайбергена Жбанова. Уже 85 лет университет Жбанова обеспечивает уровень качества образования в соответствии с потребностями рынка труда Западного Казахстана, внедряет инновации и научные достижения в производство и другие сферы жизни, развивает академические связи с партнерами для решения инновационных программ и воспитывает гармонично развитых личностей.
Университет Жубанова – это 15 201 обучающихся, 6 учебных корпусов, 4 дома студентов, студенческая поликлиника, парк инновационных технологий, 30 исследовательских центров и лабораторий, 6 научных библиотек, дворец студентов, дворец молодежи, 7 спортивных комплексов и площадок, центр студенческих инициатив, центр обслуживания студентов, 131 филиалов кафедр университета. Жубанов University – это образование будущего, которое наступило сегодня.
II – супер-ап для общения, решения ежедневных задач и потребления контента. II – это мессенджер, кошелек, групповые чаты и музыка.
Откуда берется энергия? Я черпаю свою энергию из работы с детьми. Вот какие навыки точно понадобятся ребенку во взрослой жизни? Математика, английский, программирование, физика, что это? Нет четкого ответа. Ответ как-то сам пришел. Я работала еще с трудными подростками в Таразе, с детьми из детского дома. А когда я уже училась в Колумбийском университете на психолога-социального работника, я поняла, что детям нужны навыки, которые помогут им управлять своими эмоциями, мотивировать, самомотивировать себя, уметь справляться с трудностями, ставить, достигать какие-то позитивные цели, которые будут менять их жизнь к лучшему. Как молодой психолог решила, что хочу работать именно с детьми, помогать им развивать свой эмоциональный интеллект и учить их быть лидерами. Наша команда создала вот такую уникальную программу. Это программа летнего лагеря «Будущее. Мой выбор». Это игры, это тренинги, это творческие занятия. Все они нацелены на то, чтобы помочь подростку понять себя. Благодаря поддержке партнеров ее прошли уже сотни подростков.
Когда я ехал в лагерь, я думал, что это совершенно обычный лагерь. Поверьте, я никогда так не ошибался. Тренера, что там были, они научили меня понимать свои чувства, они научили меня понимать чувства других. Я стал более общительный, более открытый.
Театр можно назвать формой арт-терапии. Взаимодействие с театром «Артишок» у нас достаточно давнее. Первый спектакль был о взаимоотношениях детей между собой, о взаимоотношениях школьников, а второй уже был о взаимоотношении родителей и детей. Все истории, которые мы брали для спектакля, для сценария, они были реалистичнее.
Нашим родителям часто не нравится, как мы выглядим, с какими людьми мы общаемся, и музыку, которую мы слушаем, и так далее. Поэтому мы решили, что пригласить родителей на наш спектакль было действительно важно. И они увидели себя в тех героях, которых мы играли. Но спектакль открыл глаза не только нашим родителям, потому что и мы поняли свои ошибки. И я думаю, что этот спектакль очень сильно сблизил нас и дал нам понять друг друга гораздо лучше, чем когда-либо.
Очень хочется, чтобы все родители принимали и любили своего ребенка вот таким, какой он есть, со всеми его достоинствами, недостатками. Мы, взрослые, должны научить детей генерировать именно положительную энергию. Тогда они смогут менять этот мир, делать его красивым, лучшим и более интересным.
Армандар алға жетелегенде. Білім жетістікке ұласқанда. Шабыттар бірге шыңдалғанда. Биік белестерге қадам басқанда. Ұмытылмас сәттерде өз арманыңды басқара біл. Әуезов University.
События 2020 года. Пандемия, самоизоляция, локдауны. Да, но не только они. 2020 год – это плюс 15 тысяч шибановцев, новые лаборатории и кабинеты, новые возможности Smart University. Создан автономный образовательный портал с собственной системой прокторинга. Увеличено количество услуг Smart Арсу. Проведена неделя цифровизации. Достижения ученых. Учеными выиграны гранты на 160 миллионов тенге. Под руководством профессора Кванышбека Шункеева разработан учебник по физике для школьников Казахстана. Открыт диссертационный совет на соискание степени PhD по филологии. Защищена диссертация по математике. Успехи студентов. Волонтерские организации и школа волонтеров стали лучшими проектами области. Проведен международный студенческий семинар «Перспективы развития студенческого самоуправления в эпоху цифровизации». Участники стартап-академии выиграли гранты на свои проекты почти на 3 миллиона тенге. Международное признание. Университет стал соорганизатором международной конференции QS. Жубанов University впервые вошел в международный рейтинг QS University Ratings EECA и занял 351 место среди лучших вузов. Год Абая. Имя и наследие Абая стало ближе тысячам казахстанцев. Проведено множество мероприятий и конкурсов. Опубликовано несколько научных трудов. Книга Абайтану передана во все школьные библиотеки области. И, конечно же, 2020 – это юбилейный год университета Жубанова. Проведено 85 благотворительных мероприятий. 503 человека награждены юбилейными медалями. 85 педагогов получили премии от областной профсоюзной организации работников образования и науки. Выпускники Актюбинской области стали обладателями 85 грантов имени Кудайбергена Жубанова. Зарегистрировано 85 патентов. Учеными факультетами передано в библиотеку по 85 книг. Студентами реализовано 85 стартап-проектов. В 2020 году Жубанов University перелистнул 85-ю страницу своей истории, чтобы с новыми целями идти вперед вместе с вами.
Пожалуй, в эпоху пандемии Zoom стал одной из важнейших.
During the pandemic, Zoom has probably become one of the most important platforms for online education, but will it be able to replace the traditional platform of knowledge universities? The professor from Harvard Higher School of Education, Christopher Dade, manager from International Association of Universities, Jensen, and deputy of the Parliament of the Republic from Azerbaijan, Sabah Group, Said Zadeb Shahin, with the moderator Juliana Zurich will start the discussion on the future of educational system, where it's going to, and whether remote education will be able to provide social pillars for the students. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everyone, but also good morning and good evening to all participants currently watching us from all around the world. My name is Uliana Furiv, joining you from Ukraine. A few words about myself. I am a project officer at the International Institute of Educational Planning of UNESCO, or IEP UNESCO, based in Paris, France. And for the past 2 years, I have been coordinating research on flexible learning pathways in higher education, which I will share with you shortly to kick off our discussion. So today it is my honor and great pleasure to chair a discussion at the Central Asian Nobel Fest, which brings together remarkable speakers to discuss this relevant but also provocative topic: Zoom versus universities. Where are we heading and what is the future of remote learning? I hope that we manage to find some answers to these, in my opinion, not so easy questions. Because one thing that this crisis has shown to us is that we cannot really plan so confidently and plan long-term perspective about the future. And we should perhaps try to be more agile, maybe flexible, if you will, as planners. So before we start off our discussion, let me first introduce our excellent speakers. It is truly an international panel with quite complementary backgrounds. So let me first move to the US, introduce you to Dr. Didi, who is a Timothy Eworth Professor in Learning Technologies at Harvard Graduate School in Education. His fundamental interest is in developing new types of educational systems to meet the opportunities and challenges of the 21st century. His research is in emerging technologies for learning, infusing technology into large-scale educational improvement initiatives, developing policies that support educational transformation, and providing leadership in educational innovation. Good to have you here, Dr. Didi. Then let's move to Denmark. I would like to introduce you to Trine Jense, to my UNESCO fellow colleague. Trine is a manager of higher education and digital transformation, publication and events at the International Association of Universities. Before, she worked for the Bureau for Strategic Planning at UNESCO headquarters for 7 years. And currently, she is in charge of IU events and strategic priority on digital transformation of higher education. Welcome, Trine. And last but not least, let's move to Azerbaijan. Let me welcome Shaheen Kamil Seydzadeh, who is a member of Parliament of the Republic of Azerbaijan, director of Sabah. In 2012-2016, he was the chairman of the National Council of Youth Organizations of the Republic of Azerbaijan. He was also a member of the supervisory board of the Youth Foundation under the president of the Republic of Azerbaijan. He is also the head of the executive committee of the social projects competition, which is implemented by the Regional Development Public Union of the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Azerbaijan. So welcome, Shaheen. Before we proceed to the main discussion, I would like to first explain to you how we will run the session. Our main discussion will last for about 30 minutes, moderated by me. And then we will move to a 10-15 minute discussion with hopefully, actually I'm confident about interesting questions from the audience. So let us start. I will share my short presentation to kick off our discussion. Yes, hopefully you can, yes, you can see the presentation. So to kick off our discussion, I would like to make a short presentation about IEP's approach to flexible learning and to how we see a future of higher education, how we see higher education trying to address the issues of planning in the context of this uncertainty and fragility. So when discussing about the future of universities and the future of teaching and learning, it is perhaps important to reflect about the context that we are currently in. More than a year ago, we have entered into a crisis that is still ongoing. The scale of COVID-19 pandemic has been unprecedented in the 21st century. Just to remind our audience, as of March 2020, higher education was disrupted worldwide. Most universities and colleges started to close down their campuses, which affected students worldwide. It in fact affected more than 220 million students at the peak of the pandemic. Most institutions moved to remote teaching and learning. Some were simply forced to close down, and actually only a few in the beginning could continue as usual. And vulnerable students were hardest hit, as many were not equipped with computers and internet access. Also, institutions lacked infrastructure for that. And international students were also stranded in host countries, often not knowing when they will return to their home countries. Now that we are 1 year into the pandemic and it is no longer the same situation of emergency mode, we have had the time perhaps to put in place some mechanisms. From my work, I personally have been impressed to see to what extent universities around the world have been able to respond and find solutions to continue their operations. The ongoing crisis has indeed highlighted the need for flexible higher education systems that provide diverse learning pathways and support both of equity but also lifelong learning. So when we think of flexible learning, we refer to flexible learning that is a process of learning where a learner can choose how, where, when, and what of learning through different means, through technology-enhanced learning, through flexible pedagogical approaches, through flexible institutional structure. It is a process where learning and teaching is increasingly freed from the limitations of time, pace, and pace of study. So even before the pandemic, IAP has started to research flexibility in higher education, and we launched a project in 2018, Flexible Learning Pathways in Higher Education. We did a literature analysis where we clarified concepts and definition of what actually is flexible learning and what are flexible learning pathways. Then we did an international survey with all UNESCO member states to understand what are the factors that facilitate and what are the barriers that impede the implementation of flexible learning pathways in higher education institutions. And lastly, we did 8 in-depth country case studies to understand the effectiveness of flexible learning pathways in the countries mentioned in the slide. So in our research, we define flexible learning pathways as entry, but also re-entry points for students at all educational levels that strengthen the links between non-formal, but also formal education structures, and that focus on the validation and recognition of knowledge and skills and competencies that are required in diverse types of settings, both formal, informal, and non-formal. And it is also a way that students, it is a way for students to gain qualification to transition to the labor market or continue their studies. So we understand flexible learning pathways as divided into 3 stages: flexible learning pathways for getting into, but also getting through and getting out of higher education. In this presentation, we will mainly focus on flexible learning pathways to get through higher education. It is particularly relevant in the current context as open and distance learning mode became the major mode of delivering learning in this current state of the pandemic, and it is no longer the add-on that used to be used by some universities. So open and distance learning is really a flexible pathway that enables flexibility in terms of location, but also in terms of pace of study. But it also is a great equity tool as it aims to expand access to education and enable continuous learning opportunities for diverse types of students for rescaling, but also further study. So we have learned in our research many lessons from the current context now that distance learning is a key mode of educational delivery. We learned that one of our case countries, India, has a particularly interesting policy framework that has favored the development of open distance learning programs by open universities through national platforms for online courses like this platform called Swayam. India offered distance education as a major alternative mode of delivery long before the arrival of the pandemic. It has currently 15 open universities, 110 dual mode universities. And during the pandemic, the government has also allowed top 100 India's universities to provide degrees fully online. And this has been the same trend in many other countries where online and distance learning becomes a very important delivery tool of learning. Another case country that we explored was Finland, and it also has effective online system that has been created before COVID, but has been also actively used during COVID. It's this system called Open Studies. It's a platform that is offered by most public higher education institutions in Finland, where the courses are offered by more than 20 Finnish universities free of charge, and they can be recognized in students' degrees. So open studies provide opportunities for continuous education, but also for upscaling, for working adults, upgrading personal competencies. And they are offered through multiple modes as evening, weekend, but also in this time of pandemic and distance or remote learning courses. And such studies have the same content, but and also requirements as traditional programs in public higher education institutions. Independent from this pandemic, we can see that new ways of learning are acquiring skills already engage millions of learners worldwide. Offering more higher education, more flexible higher education in terms of delivery, but also pacing of higher education has been instrumental during the pandemic to ensure that higher education institutions empower students by offering them choices. However, we also noticed that during the pandemic, many higher education institutions struggled to ensure flexibility. With this, I would like to turn to our discussion and invite our panelists to reflect. So what are your thoughts about the challenges and some opportunities about the future of education? How this great social experiment in the use of digital technologies that allow flexibility in higher education will actually impact higher education institutions. Perhaps we can start off with Dr. Didi. He will share with us a presentation, The Future of Universities 60-Year Curriculum. Dr. Didi, the screen is yours.
So thank you for inviting me to share ideas. And I'm going to talk about an initiative that is happening in many divisions of continuing education and that deals with the content of what universities should be teaching for the years ahead. So where does the 60 years come from? In adolescence, typically is when young people start thinking seriously about their careers. And this next generation, even with the pandemic, is likely to live into its 90s or over a century. So people are going to need to work into their 70s to not run out of money. And that's 6 decades. So for 6 decades, we need to think about learning as a continuous thing rather than something that happens once, largely at the beginning of your career, and then you have the same job throughout. But the other thing that's happening is the curriculum part. We are facing a very turbulent half century coming up. And this was all developed before the pandemic. So the pandemic is just the tip of the iceberg. Climate change, the failure to attain the UN sustainability goals, shifts in the division of labor, and advances in technology are all driving different kinds of disruptive changes in work, in the economy, in civics, and in education. And at the same time, we have billions of people connected by mobile devices and social media with internet access, which greatly accelerates the pace of change. So every aspect of work, citizenship, and life is going to change, and then change again, and then change again, often disruptively. One of the big factors in this is the advance of artificial intelligence and machine learning. And there are many reports that stress the fact that jobs are going to disappear and people are going to have to be reskilled for different jobs. But the much bigger impact is actually the jobs that remain will be shared between a smart machine and a person. And under those circumstances, there's a couple things that can happen. One of them is that the machine takes over much of the job. So for example, as a university teacher, I work with an artificial intelligence specialist who builds experts to help university teaching. There's a question answering expert and a tutoring expert and a library expert and a laboratory expert and a social expert and a evaluation expert. And in the future, I and others will be surrounded by experts like that. Now, that could be a very bad future if all those experts take over the job and kind of order me around on what to do that they can't do. Or that could be a very bright future in which the agents do the simpler parts of teaching and free up the human being to do the deep, wise, human-centered parts of teaching. So what we're faced with is upskilling people to meet these disruptive challenges, including artificial intelligence, that have the promise to make work more interesting and powerful, but also have the threat, if we don't succeed in education, of preparing people to be de-skilled. The other part about the 60-year curriculum that's important to recognize is that we need to think about not just knowledge and skills as part of what we inculcate in students, but also dispositions, tendencies, part of people's characters. We've seen in the pandemic that people with equal skill levels, equal knowledge, may behave in very different ways. Some people are paralyzed by the disruption. They don't know what to do. Their familiar patterns have disappeared, and they're depressed and stuck. Other people are empowered by the pandemic. They see the opportunity for innovation. And I co-founded an initiative called Silver Lining for Learning, in which we're collecting stories from all across the world of educators whose innovation has been freed by the pandemic to come up with new ideas and new approaches. The major difference between people who are paralyzed and people who are freed is not knowledge and skills, it's dispositions. Being flexible, being resilient, having confidence in your own ideas, taking the initiative, seizing leadership. And we need to make sure that that's part of our education in the future, because that's the world that this next generation and all of us as adults are going to be facing. So I want to close by just talking about a very important question that every organization needs to ask frequently, which is, what business are we in? And in our book, The 60-Year Curriculum, we talk about this. I live about 90 miles north of a town in which there are wonderful historic mansions, very, very fancy mansions that were built a century ago by people who had made a fortune in the railroads in the United States. Within 20 years of when they were built, those mansions were deserted and those fortunes had collapsed. And the reason for that is that those rich people did not understand what business they were in. They thought they were in the railroad business, but they were really in the transportation business. And so the advent of the automobile and the airplane hammered those fortunes. We are not anymore in the education business. We're not in the classroom business. We're not in the campus business. We're not in the course and degree business. We're in the lifelong learning business. And flexible learning is a terrific way of thinking about how we're going to succeed in the lifelong learning business. So I hope those ideas are of interest, and I look forward to our discussion.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Didi. Perhaps we will take questions a little bit later, and this was a very interesting and inspiring presentation. I already noted down a lot of questions that I would like to address to you, but I will move to our next speaker, Trina. IAU works extensively with institutions, so your institution knows very well what is happening on the ground. So perhaps you could share with us some of your thoughts about how institutions are transforming, how they have been transformed, and what would be the future in your opinion. I mean, we cannot probably guess too far in the future, but what are your thoughts about this?
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing me into this very important conversation. IAU is very pleased to take part. Just to put into context, the International Association of Universities is a membership-based organization, and we're very pleased to celebrate 70 years this year, since we were created by UNESCO in 1950. So we are grouping, of course, universities from around the world to come together for exchange. And in my reflections on this first question that was posed as part of this panel on educational system, the first thing I was thinking was that we have to put it into plural, because of course the world is composed of very different countries and we have to respond to the different context of the world. But there are indeed things that are common challenges. And I think, Uliana, you already touched some, and Chris as well. The fact that we are not necessarily on a sustainable track right now. We are not necessarily operating in a sustainable fashion. We have to think differently in terms of sustainable development. This was already a huge issue before the pandemic, and now we find ourselves in the midst of a worldwide health crisis with the pandemic. As you say, Juliana, this has really led us to see to what extent universities have been able to respond and pivot in order to ensure that the work of academia was not disrupted, but continued through different ways of working. I'm mentioning these more general crises because I think that this is an important role that university has to respond to these global challenges of our time. I believe that knowledge, education, and learning are the key to the humanity in order to find solutions to these common global challenges of our time. So that is why I believe that when we think about educational systems, we have to see the higher education systems as an investment in the future, as an investment in our citizens, in order to be able to address the challenges that we have, and not necessarily as an expenditure. So the system, to me, is more than the mode of learning. This is, I know, the key topic of this session, and I'm also going to, that brings me to the topic of the session, which I found very interesting, Zoom versus university. So let me just comment briefly on that, because I think that it's a very interesting title, because Zoom in itself, for me, is an empty tool. It's a tool that you use to communicate. Like other tools, it could be a phone, a walkie-talkie, you have different, but in itself, it holds no knowledge, no guidance, no structure, and no learning path. Universities, on the other hand, whether it's within a country or globally, they are a pillar of society, a pillar of knowledge, of formation, of exploration, of academic freedom, where you can think and pursue truth, discovery without interference. They are complex institutions, but they are indeed not empty. So, and on top of that, they also, in many cases, provide a social space for the community to meet, to exchange ideas, to develop as individuals, and to make a community thrive. So if you ask me what to choose between Zoom and universities, I think that for the sake of humanity, I will choose the university. However, Zoom I see as an important part of universities. I think that it is a tool that we use to communicate. It is a tool that we have seen is an essential way of being able to pursue learning in a time of pandemic. So I think that we should bring Zoom and other similar platforms into the university in order to create different types of learning spaces. And I hope that we will continue these different modes of learning moving forward, but I also hope that we will continue to have social interactions as human beings. So this is my response to your first question, and hopefully I'll get back to some of the other questions as well. Thank you, Juliana.
Thank you, Trian. This was indeed a very thought-provoking presentation, and I already have also a lot of questions. I particularly am interested in what kind of investments you would see in higher education and where this investment is needed. But before we proceed to the questions, I will introduce our last but not least speaker, Shaheen, to share his thoughts about the future of education and where are we heading? Shaheen, the screen is yours.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Good day. It's honorable for me to be a part of this event. I would like to greet to all experts. I also would like to tell big organization committee an event. And as I'm member of parliament of Azerbaijan Public Education Committee in Paris, the member of the group which are working on the Higher Education Act. I'm also continuing my study in PhD. And at the same time, I am team members of SABAC project. Just brief information about SABAC. SABAC is the future. And SABAC is united for 12 universities with 2,300 students. With a high talent endowment university, and at the end of the first course, we have selected the best students. Syllabus, the lecture selected job market. And SABAC project is a government project, and final. And it's one of the initiative of Minister of Education. It's just education for high talent students. What about diploma and graduate certificate? Content. What about the lectures? It's managed by Minister of Education. And from starting 51 years closes the doors for around 200,000 students in Azerbaijan. From March 2020, I became absolutely online. From February of this year, with education started to study an offline format. But today's Zoom are our realities. That is good. It's not a question for today's. The question is what's the new trend, what is the new challenge, and what's the new approach we'll have in the future. And can you show the presentation? Yes.
Yes, if you are sharing it, you can share it in the slide mode.
1 second, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. 1 second, please. And yes. Now it's fine.
Maybe it's coming. I cannot see it yet. So we see your presentation. We only don't see it in the slide mode. It's in the bottom of the screen to your right. And there's this icon.
1 second, please. Yeah. 1 second, please. Sorry. Just.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You can. Yes. Perfect.
Thank you. Yes, just a brief presentation and just observation. What do you have to do with pandemic area? And a distance learning, it means that the location of important. It's not important to move the place of getting an education. It's have more quality. Azerbaijan united more 70 administrators with their own in more 10. Distance learning is a good approach. Not living. And of course that the cost saving. it means that the expense of infrastructure will be much more invested in infrastructure, more money will be invested in content. And of course, in ICT too. It's more important the building, it's more important what about that the one of the more important highlights, what about will come a new generation, a generation. They will have as a new life skills as a eating, as a book reading, the skills of social media are making our life online. This area of making the education for reality, there are many discussion points. It's bad or it's good, but it's a reality. Just I would just short story about my children. I have one small daughter and older son. The son is 15. And my daughter the preschool, and I was observing two babies the same time. My son wants to go to school, want to be a part of community, to environment. My daughter, from 1st September, just the first time when she go online to the school, and she doesn't understand what is meant of school. And every day, opens the computer and she's thinking that she's now in the school. And really that there is a big difference between that a generation and my son who used to go to day. And really that what's happened in 5, 10 years, but it's a reality fact that it's a generation. What about one of the best is the elitizing of the education? From one side, the learning process will be accessible, but from the other side, the arriving to university will be making the course more expensive. Because that is a big balance between quality and price. And what about new what that is new challenge of the computer? The teaching process will be requesting new skills and communication between online. As a resume, I want to make just some highlights of my presentation. One of the very sensitive making decision in education, not quick, very, and it's absolutely sensitive and pandemic or sometimes a quick decision and this transition process. We cannot predict the outcomes of this pandemic area because of today's sustainability is there. We predict what and of course the new experience. Everything is just research, just but within 10 years and 20 years that people will really experience for education area on the global level. And all prediction now are really that we can see some trends, that historical fact. We that we don't know what was education in higher education system in post-war. And of course, that is global change with the national reaction. It depends on national, but we have as a global bank. It's already not the old one, it's a fact, but we are not sure what is the new.
Thank you, Shaheen.
Thank you very much.
So yes, thank you to all speakers. These were indeed very insightful presentations, and we seem to all agree that technology is here to stay, and higher education institutions have already incorporated a lot of flexible modes of designing and delivering content, which of course has increased access to higher education for many students. Now students can benefit from open distance learning opportunities, lecturers, educators, researchers can connect through platforms that were unforeseen before. Yet, of course, there's still a lot of concern about the experience of online learning that Trina has touched upon, whether online education can really provide this social interaction between students. And I have read today an article that calls this current generation of students Generation Z or Zoomers. It refers to them as generation that has different interests and different needs to previous generations, and that they want to learn by doing, they want to receive immediate feedback, but they also crave autonomy to decide what to learn and how to learn, to demonstrate their knowledge. So they crave and require a lot more flexibility. So my question to you, dear panelists, is how can institutions firstly nurture the students' values and passions in the new post-COVID form of hybrid learning, and at the same time provide high quality higher education degree? How can these two be combined? Digital learning, but also high quality social experience. Perhaps I will start with Chris.
So I want to differentiate between Zoom and online learning. Zoom was never designed to be a learning platform. It turned out to be the best quick way of responding to a crisis. When I think about online learning, I think about social media and I think about internet games. Both of those are intensely social experiences that for many people, even before the pandemic, may have played as large a role or a larger role than their face-to-face interactions. So really, when we talk about social, Zoom is the wrong platform. I don't know of a single young person who says, I want to get in touch with my friends. Let's set up a Zoom call. Of course not. They use social media. They use internet games. And as we develop this lifelong, life-wide, life-deep, flexible learning, we don't want to set up something that's outside of people's experience and say, hey, if you want to learn, you have to come here. We need things that are much more like internet game platforms for active learning by doing, with collaboration and sharing. We need things that are much more like social media, in which people can have voice and choice. So the problem isn't online. The problem is that we think Zoom somehow is online, and universities are now agonizing about how to do education on Zoom. So it's the wrong question, really, is the point that I want to make.
What do you think? How can institutions incorporate these social elements in their learning, in their pedagogies?
Well, in my teaching, I have had students play a game, 64 students simultaneously over Zoom, which is kind of a mess, called Among Us, which is very popular during the pandemic, and because it's about a hidden killer. And so a lot comes out. We've played a game called Gris, which is about loss and going through the stages of grief. We have examined a system called Classcraft, which is a way of using World of Warcraft-like options to motivate students to move through the stages of classroom academic learning. So there's a lot out there. But what we have to do is to understand that distance learning is not an it's not an inferior form of classroom learning. It's an orange. It's not a bad apple. And you can say, well, wait a minute, I can't make orange pies. No, but you can make orange juice. So we really need to invent remote learning using the powerful media we already have that we know work for non-academic learning, and then complement that with face-to-face
learning. Thank you, Chris. Maybe Trina, you have some thoughts about that?
Yes, thank you, Juliana. Yes, I think it's a matter, I mean, for me, in my opinion, of course, the future is blended. I agree with Chris. I think that it will be an integration of different modes of learning. And I also fully agree with him. I do not qualify one as being better than the others. They are different types of learning, and they are complementary, and they offer different opportunities to different types of learners. I think, though, that in terms of the young students that we have, because I fully agree with Chris that we are in a time where we continue to learn throughout life. But I do think that we have a specific need for students that transition from secondary education to universities, and universities do represent some kind of a transition where you go from education and learning to work and learning. And therefore, I think that particularly in this group, I think there's still need for face-to-face, but I think that we have to think differently about face-to-face. I think we should not group thousands of people together in the same auditorium and do a lecture where we have no conversation. I think those would actually be better filmed and provided to students so that they can hear it maybe several times or listen to the parts that they find more interesting more than once, instead of just being in a room with a lot of people where you cannot talk. I think that the face-to-face need to be different. It needs to be a space where we discuss, where we have the chance to do presentation, where we exchange opinions, where we learn to interact and find solutions, and not just a place where you receive knowledge put at you, because I think that's not the generation of today. They learn how to learn, but they still need those spaces where they come together for exchange. I think that the pandemic has taught us that you see the mental health issues that we have. Humans are social beings. So I think that for the quality of life, I think that we should continue to have spaces where we meet and we discuss, and then we use the technology to gain access to information and knowledge through different types of technologies and tools. So I think that we need both modes moving forward. Thank you.
And yes, Trina, you mentioned that higher education is an investment. So my final question to you would be, what investment is needed? Where this investment is needed?
Well, my comment from that came from the fact that, of course, being part of this pandemic, we see that we will also have an economic crisis, we have a social crisis, and in those types of context, it's a matter of prioritizing the funds moving forward. And this is where I just wanted to make the case that I think that investing in higher education, is really a crucial priority for the states moving forward if we want to develop solutions for the challenges that we are facing. So it's not necessarily in one specific domain, but I do see, as an international association of universities, we do see the complete different context. Like, some countries in Europe have received enormous investments on top of their normal budgets in order to pivot, and other countries around the world has to do with maybe less to then pivot. So we have huge types of inequalities taking place right now. So it is not a one-size-fits-all solution, but I think that in general, for all countries, investing in higher education is important for our future.
Thank you. Shaheen, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, absolutely. But first we should that to find an answer to this question, what is with quality of education? Quality education, it's a result or it's the process. And if it's a quality education, it's a result, but it's more important, and absolutely agree my colleagues with try that self-education is more important. And if you're just taking an attention that one of the objectives of higher education is to develop researching skills of the learners, and researching skills will lead to students to be more educated. It's out of internet and online. Of course, that it's absolutely not apple to apple, that offline and online education. It's absolutely different way and absolutely different result. But we have it today. Today we have the realities, and we should that to find more different, more flexible tools for just a change and for supporting the learners. And it's important that, of course, that what are the competence that who is the student today? The students is the learners and not enough. And one of the absolutely that I agree with Chris, that it's more important that gamification, different interactive process, and it's more important to organize small groups practice. But again, that it's not that absolutely the same. And distance learning, online education, Zoom, it's really tools, not more. It's more important to think about offline education.
Thank you, Shaheen. I will perhaps take one question from the audience. We're running out of time, unfortunately. So the question sounds as follows. Should we pay more attention to students' mental health in these uncertain times? Online learning is quite isolating because it does not have the same social aspect after all. Does anyone would like to respond to this?
I think it depends on the age of the student. Do you feel in work with a mixture of remote work and face-to-face work that the workers remotely are facing a mental health crisis? I don't think that that's the case. In fact, a lot of people are saying, I don't want to go back to face-to-face work all the time. I like having some time working from home. So for adults, I don't think it is a mental health crisis. On the other hand, young children, sure. And perhaps children who are leaving high school and going to college and looking forward to campus and all the social activities and athletics, then it's a crisis perhaps for them. But we need to move away from the idea that being online is a mental health crisis. Do I believe that being on Zoom all the time is a mental health crisis? Absolutely, but not being online necessarily.
Thank you, Chris. Trina, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think that we, as an association, we're also monitoring the impact of the pandemic on higher education. And we did see in our first survey that this is actually key priorities that are coming up for the university. So I think that they are doing a lot in order to provide extra support to students in this specific situation. And maybe I can just make a call to those universities who are listening right now. We have our second global survey taking place right now. So do go to our website and do explain how you have been responding to the situation, because it's important to have this global understanding of the impact on higher education. And there we also have questions around mental health. So we look forward to sharing that publication with you later.
Thank you to all the panelists. With this, I would like to close the discussion. I once again would like to thank our speakers for their excellent ideas and for their excellent presentations. I think that we have come to the conclusion that that while digital learning has appeared before the pandemic, it has really come to the forefront during the pandemic period, and most likely it is here to stay. And I think that we can expect that when when campuses return to some state of normalcy, blended learning will be the way. So the future for many institutions will be both online and on-campus learning, as a social element is really important for students, but also for staff. So now I guess it's a perfect opportunity for us, for policymakers, for educators, for researchers, for students to investigate and research best practice framework that would work for everyone in the future. So I hope that our conversations will, of course, continue beyond this discussion. And I would like to thank the Central Asian Nobel Fest for providing us with this platform for a great exchange. So thank you all and goodbye.
Самоизоляция, локдауны. Да, но не только они. 2020 год – это плюс 15 тысяч жбановцев, новые лаборатории и кабинеты, новые возможности Smart University. Создан автономный образовательный портал с собственной системой прокторинга. Увеличено количество услуг Smart Arsu, проведена неделя цифровизации. Достижения ученых. Учеными выиграны гранты на 160 миллионов тенге. Под руководством профессора Кванышбека Шункеева разработан учебник по физике для школьников Казахстана. Открыт диссертационный совет на соискание степени PhD по филологии. Защищена диссертация по математике. Успехи студентов. Волонтерские организации и школа волонтеров стали лучшими проектами области. Проведен международный студенческий семинар «Перспективы развития студенческого самоуправления в эпоху цифровизации». Участники стартап-академии выиграли гранты на свои проекты почти на 3 миллиона тенге. Международное признание. Университет стал соорганизатором международной конференции QS. Жбанов University впервые вошел в международный рейтинг QS University Ratings EECA и занял 351 место среди лучших вузов. Год Абая. Имя и наследие Абая стало ближе тысячам казахстанцев. Проведено множество мероприятий и конкурсов. Опубликовано несколько научных трудов. Книга Абайтану передана во все школьные библиотеки области. И, конечно же, 2020 – это юбилейный год университета Жбанова. Проведено 85 благотворительных мероприятий. 503 человека награждены юбилейными медалями. 85 педагогов получили премии от областной профсоюзной организации работников образования и науки. Выпускники Актюбинской области стали обладателями 85 грантов имени Кудайбергена Жбанова. Зарегистрировано 85 патентов. Учеными факультетами передано в библиотеку по 85 книг. Студентами реализовано 85 стартап-проектов. В 2020 году Жбанов University перелистнул 85-ю страницу своей истории, чтобы с новыми целями идти вперед вместе с вами.
Уже 9-й год в Казахстане успешно реализуется социальный проект «Кока-кола Белестере», который нацелен на развитие женского предпринимательства на селе. За годы работы в рамках проекта обучено более 35 тысяч сельских женщин, из которых более 3,5 тысяч участвовали в конкурсе на лучшую бизнес-идею. В итоге 81 женщина получила грант на начало или развитие собственного дела на общую сумму, эквивалентную 304 тысячам долларов США. Обладательницы грантов создали более 200 новых рабочих мест. Уникальность проекта в том, что он имеет простые и понятные учебные материалы, составленные на реальных примерах. Бизнес-тренеры проекта выезжают даже в самые отдаленные населенные пункты областей республики. Все это делает проект доступным и полезным. За весь период проекта проведено более 350 тренингов в различных населенных пунктах. В 2020 году обучение проходило в онлайн-режиме. Истории успеха победительниц проекта «Кока-кола Белестере», их путь и достижения полезны миллионам женщин из всех регионов Казахстана. Служат им примером, являются вдохновением и стимулом смелее открывать собственное дело и верить в себя.
Какое ощущение у вас было, когда вам сообщили, что вы выиграли грант «Кока-кола Белестере»?
Просто бомбило и разрывало изнутри. Я была одной из 10. Это было просто
взрыв эмоций тотальный, потому что я просто прыгала и скакала.
Я волновалась сильно, я сейчас помню, как все как в тумане. Конечно, это гордость какой-то, я даже не знаю, как это описать. Столько людей, я на сцену не выходила перед таким количеством людей.
Изменилась ли ваша жизнь с Coca-Cola Белестере?
Өзімнің білім беруге арналған оборудованиемді алдым, тренингтер өткізе алатын болдым, эксперт болуға шақырды. Сол арқылы табысым ұлғайды.
Бизнесім алдыға жылжыды. Былтыр 400 литр бал алсақ, биыл біз енді Coca-Cola грантын жеңіп алғандықтан біз енді Алла қаласа 1000 литр бал аламыз деп отырмыз.
Вы хотели бы что-то сказать организаторам проекта Coca-Cola Белестере?
Масштабировать, чтобы количество грантов увеличилось в десятки раз, чтобы женщины смогли реализовать свои мечты, бизнес-идеи.
Это очень классный, замечательный проект, и хотелось бы, чтобы больше женщин получило такую возможность.
Данный проект дал начало движению активных сельских женщин, которое в итоге способствовало созданию отдельной площадки – форума сельских женщин Казахстана. С 2018 года ежегодно проводятся областные форумы сельских женщин Казахстана. Итогом этих форумов является Республиканский форум сельских женщин Казахстана, в работе которого принимают участие женщины-делегаты со всех областей республики. В 2020 году проект Coca-Cola Белестере стал доступен в формате онлайн-обучения для женщин, готовых начать или развить свой бизнес. Онлайн-школа «Личные подсобные хозяйства» farmerschool.kz предназначена для широкого круга населения и обучает разным видам бизнеса на селе. Платформа «Бизнес-Тим» в социальной сети Facebook – это инициатива экспертов проекта для объединения всех желающих женщин пройти онлайн-обучение основам бизнеса, найти наставников и единомышленников в целях создания и развития устойчивого малого бизнеса. Результаты проекта Coca-Cola Белестере в Казахстане приносят свои плоды и вносят вклад в экономическое и экологическое развитие сельских территорий страны. Проект содействует росту вклада женщин в комплексное развитие села и достижению целей устойчивого развития ООН до 2030 года.
Современный человек постоянно несет на себе груз ответственности и забот. Бороться с хроническим стрессом особенно сложно городским жителям. При этом психологический дискомфорт может стать причиной многих хронических недугов. О здоровье казахстанцев позаботились ученые Назарбаев университета. Эксперты объединили мудрость предков и ноу-хау разработки, выпустив новый биопродукт «Саумет». Его производят на основе национального напитка саумала, парного кобыльего молока, издревле известного своими целительными свойствами. Саумал изготавливают на заводе в Карагандинской области в сухом виде. Благодаря инновационной технологии сублимации кобылье молоко сохраняет все свои полезные качества. Кроме саумала, в состав биопродукта входят растительные компоненты и метабиотик на основе культуры молочно-кислых бактерий. Выпускают саумет в капсулированном виде на новой производственной линии завода. Целебное действие нового биопрепарата основано на уникальном сочетании внутриклеточных элементов, продуктов метаболизма молочно-кислых бактерий Lactobacillus rhamnosus и саумала. Они помогают восстановить баланс кишечной нормофлоры, обладают антиоксидантным эффектом и ДНК-протекторным защитным действием. Кобылье молоко легко усваивается и обладает высокой биологической ценностью. Оно содержит около 40 биологических компонентов, необходимых организму. Это витамины А, С, В1, В2, В6, В12, аминокислоты, ферменты, микроэлементы и не только. Саумал нормализует обмен веществ, улучшает состояние здоровья и замедляет процессы старения. Саумет рекомендуют применять при диарее, дисбиозе кишечника, во время и после курса лечения антибиотиками, расстройства ЖКТ, при поездках, связанных со сменой климата. Также биопродукт помогает защитить здоровье от негативного воздействия факторов окружающей среды, повышает адаптивные свойства организма при стрессе, улучшает моторные функции кишечника. Примечательно, что саумет производят в соответствии с халал-стандартами. Дело в том, что большинство капсул лекарственных препаратов и БАДов делают на основе животного желатина. Для саумет же используют растительное сырье, поэтому его с уверенностью могут употреблять даже вегетарианцы. На каждом технологическом этапе проводят строгий микробиологический контроль. Саумет назначают по 2 капсулы в день во время и после еды. Продолжительность применения 3 недели. Возможны повторные приемы в течение года. Перед применением следует проконсультироваться с врачом. Саумет. Защитные силы природы на страже вашего здоровья.
Говорят, технические навыки могут помочь вам получить работу.
One says that technical skills can help you in getting a job, and soft skills can help you in becoming a manager. Is that the case? And whether our speakers agree with that, we'll find out. We have Professor Victor Strecker and Barbara Oakley, Bakhatkul Abdujaparova from the South Kazakhstan University, and also the acting CEO of BCPD, Elmira Aubrey, and as a moderator, we'll find out what's happening.
So I guess we can start. So very nice. I see I'm here twice. That is also quite interesting, but there's nothing I can do about that, I guess. So you will have to do with me twice. Very much welcome to this wonderful session in the context of a conference that is actually already addressing many of the issues that we may actually link to in this very session. And it is all about inventing the future and inventing it probably through the work that you do and together as well. This session links very nicely to the previous one. The previous one was debating whether or not we should go to a Zoom university or stay with brick and mortar, and how to develop something new. And where are we heading as far as remote learning is concerned, and will that be part of our lives? And I listened to that one with lots of attention, as I believe that the answer at the end of the session was somewhere in between. And it actually already touched quite a bit on the notion of soft skills, or what is it that we actually need to acquire when we go through a higher education path. And so I'm very, very pleased to have esteemed speakers with us here today. Victor Strecker from the University of Michigan. You have a very nice picture of yourselves as a bio picture, which already is telling a lot about what you want out of life. A big life, you say in some of your publications, very interesting, and how to live a better life somehow. That's how I understood some of the things that I could read about your work, and how to improve also life and work balance. And the importance of the self in the workplace. What do you contribute? How do you participate? Then we're very pleased to welcome Professor Barbara Oakley. You're a professor of engineering, but you're much more than that, if I may say. If I read your bio correctly, you've acquired so many soft skills through everything that you've done along your life, from real life experiences in Russia, in China, in the Antarctica, everywhere. And so it's very interesting. And I wonder if you will tell something about the choices of your life along the way, as you also very eloquently put it in your bio notes that people can read elsewhere. And you are very much interested as well into looking at the connection between the STEM education as a sector, but also at transforming the learning practices and probably the experiences as well. So we look forward to hearing from you. You are from Auckland University. Then we welcome Elmira Aubrey. I'm sorry if I pronounce it wrongly, but you're from Kazakhstan, and as well, very interesting contribution to the debate here, as you're a systems integrator, an EdTech visionary, a change manager, and you combine the local and the international in very dynamic ways. And at the same time, you look at how to develop continuing professional development in a different way, where you focus on accountancy, on financing, on legal aspects, human resources, ICTs, but so much more as well. So it will be interesting there as well to look at these dimensions of of the soft skills. And then I will pronounce your name probably as I should not, but Bakit Kul Adizaparov. That's how I would say it, but the lady before me did it much better than I did. But you're head of the accreditation and quality assurance at the IUSF South Kazakhstan University, and thus also looking at quality. What does make for quality? How does that translate when we offer a higher education institution? All of these dynamics are particularly important and of interest to the International Association of Universities, which I have the privilege of serving as a Secretary General. And I would like to give you just a quick tour d'horizon, just to show you where I speak from and why I have asked to actually lead this particular roundtable. So I will give a 5 minutes just intro to say where the IAU is positioned, to then give you the floor in the sequencing as I've just introduced you. And I would invite each of the speakers to have an introductory 5 minutes on the different questions that we were asked to look into. Are university degrees of today and historically still to be perceived as the pathway to success and a key to the future? What would you say about that? So that was the first question. The second one was about, will social skills be in higher demand in the years to come? Are they already now in the pandemic context? What about social and emotional skills that we need to acquire? Is it a role for universities to look into that? What would you say about that? And then there was a question as well about the impact of AI, artificial intelligence, and will that take over now and into the future? And or will it still need a lot more? And I suppose you will all say yes, but because we need for creativity, for complex problem solving, for emotional intelligence, things that we hope artificial intelligence will not be able to provide us with, but that should still be something of the human person as well, but we can discuss that. And finally, can universities teach students the necessary soft skills to prepare for future work? And how would that work? And there, I think you all have something specific to say. And how does remote learning impact the student's ability to develop teamwork? Is that possible? And the speaker in the previous session, Christopher Dede from Harvard University, said, well, no, the platforms are not those spaces where you can acquire that, but maybe you have a different opinion. So there's very quickly, if I can share my screen, I will see if that works. And if it does, then that would be very good. Just to show you very quickly what the International Association of University is. And so it is a global voice for higher education. It has been created 70 years ago under the auspices of UNESCO. It's an independent international non-governmental organization. We work with UNESCO, but we also have the opportunity to get into dialogues with governments when we believe that, well, things are going in the right direction or maybe sometimes not. Our membership is global. And so here you see the share around the world of our constituents. And historically, we're more European because it was called into life in Europe, but we work with all the universities from around the world as well. And the governing board of the IAU is made up of a president, Pam Fredman, who's the former rector of the University of Gothenburg. And then we have an administrative board made of 21 full members, 10 deputy board members representing the different world regions. We work with experts groups, and we have a secretariat based at UNESCO in Paris. We have a vision and a mission, and the vision is really to contribute to peace and human development and to understand each other better, to develop better understanding of intercultural dynamics and the importance of working together. The vision, the mission that we have is to really advocate for a dynamic leadership role of higher education for society, to articulate the fundamental values and principles that underpin education and the pursuit, dissemination, and application of knowledge. So what we promote is diverse perspectives from around the world, and that's why we're so very pleased to have this esteemed, very international team on the panel and work also with many colleagues from Kazakhstan. This is a think tank and a forum for development of new approaches, and that's what we debate in this session. At the heart of everything that we do are the values, and there as well, I think it links to this roundtable as well, as we touch upon the importance of ethics, integrity, equity, solidarity, global responsibility, appreciation of diversity, quality in learning, research and outreach, and the values of academic freedom and institutional autonomy. All of those are part and parcel also of the soft skills that we believe that students should acquire when going through a higher education path. We have many on offer, global events, advisory services, global advocacies that we do on many platforms. We carry out research and trends analysis, and we have publications available for free for all to use through our platforms. The four strategic priority areas we work on are value-based leadership, internationalization, higher education research for sustainable development, and the digital transformation, again, connecting to what we do. So I will not dwell on those, to say that over the last year, we have also had to pivot online, and where we had these meetings in presential, today we will have more this form of cooperation like we do here. Very sorry we can't meet in person, but the webinar form and the Zoom platforms are ideal to still trigger the kind of discussions that we need to debate the future of higher education. As well, we monitor the impacts of COVID-19 on higher education, and I believe that the speakers will also touch on that, as the current situation has allowed to transform higher education already quite substantially over the last 12 months, and probably will do so into the future as well. And it will be interesting to see how the new platforms will allow to still also offer these very important soft skills that we require for the future. So we have publications, and we may take this topic once in one of the IAU Horizons magazines as an important topic to debate for the future as well. We work with many partners, and there is a website where you can find out more. So just to indicate a little bit where we sit and speak from, to indicate that indeed the transformation of higher education as required today will probably require more of this kind of attention to something so specific as the soft skills. So if I can give you the floor first, Victor Strecker, I would like to invite you to speak to this topic and then take a few minutes to introduce the topic from your perspective. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. And I'm very grateful to be invited to this, first of all. And it's exciting because I do give many talks, but I have not given a talk through this forum before, and learning just a bit more just through watching the ads and the videos going on before, and then learning more about what you're doing has been enlightening and enjoyable. So you've brought me great joy this morning as I'm just still waking up a little bit. The one thing I am going to say is I think that the term soft skills is probably inaccurate, in the sense that I think these are the hard skills. These are the hardest ones. And, you know, I'm often, they often call the social and behavioral sciences the softer sciences. And I think they're the harder sciences, because I think those are the harder things to accomplish. If you look at COVID, you know, we're able to create a vaccine, but we can't get people to take the vaccine sometimes, or we can't get people to mask or social distance. And so many of our problems in the world are related to these, quote, softer skills or softer sciences, and yet they are the hardest ones. And my undergraduate degree actually was in math and science, much more in the harder sciences. And I must say, I looked at the social and behavioral sciences rather skeptically, thinking, you know, in physics, if I drop my reading glasses, they'll always go down. But in social sciences, if I drop these, half the time they'll float up because it's so soft, it's mushy. And yet what I've discovered, and what other people have certainly discovered, is that these softer sciences are the most important things that we can deal with. I've worked with many, and continue to interact with many harder scientists, with many people in medicine in particular, who are brilliant people, and also at the same time lack social skills, lack emotional self-regulation. When we think about that, I have to answer the first question about whether universities are the path to success. I would say only if the universities change. If the universities maintain their current path of trying to have the quote sage on the stage, the professor, and everybody else just takes notes furiously and listens to everything the professor does or says, and there's no interaction. And if the courses are all focused on these quote harder skills, then I don't think that universities will be the path forward. I think that we will be replaced by iPhones very quickly. I think medicine, a doctor can be replaced by an iPhone unless a doctor understands the skills of empathy and compassion and a deeper understanding and interest and curiosity in what that patient's background is like and what's contributing to their diabetes or their whatever. We must be able to teach that in a university. And so we are interested in it. When I look at specific skills, this is something that I study, and we find that a term called emotional self-regulation is important. Emotional self-regulation is your ability very rapidly, if you're feeling negative, to turn positive. A 5-year-old was having a discussion with her father, and they were getting into a big argument. This was a friend of mine, and he was describing this discussion with his 5-year-old, and his 5-year-old was getting more and more angry. And then his 5-year-old stopped and said, "Wait, I have to change my own weather." Meaning I was stormy and now I have to be sunny. And she instantly changed, and they right away had an adult conversation. And I would say that 5-year-old is going to be very successful. I would predict success for that person. They can learn all the math and all the hard science and all of that through hard work. And we know that it takes hard work. There's no doubt about that. We don't want to say the hard sciences are easy or trivial. They're not. They're incredibly important. But if you don't understand how to change your own weather, that's going to be a big problem for you. And I've seen it time and time again where brilliant people fail to achieve success and gratification through their career because they don't know how to change their own weather when a 5-year-old can. So there are specific skills that we teach and help people do that. But one of the things that's most contributory to this is having a strong purpose and direction in your life. It turns out that people who have a strong purpose and direction in their lives are able to have a stronger future orientation. When you are, imagine if you're just learning to ride a bicycle. If you're just learning to ride a bike and you're always looking down, then every little rock and crack in the street is going to make you fall, right? What we teach, when we teach our children how to ride a bicycle, we say, look out into the horizon, look out forward. That's what a purpose does. A strong purpose in your life helps you manage all the little rocks and the cracks and the perturbations that happen every single day in a person's life, and they become better able to emotionally self-regulate. So to respond to your last question, what can we do in universities? Well, we're still trying new techniques. We're still trying new ways to do this. I'm beginning to teach a course that's going to be offered to all university undergraduates at the University of Michigan on how to find greater purpose and direction in your life. And that starts with thinking about what matters most in your life, your core values, what you care about most, things that are transcending yourself, that are bigger than yourself. Not worrying every day about yourself, but thinking more, or taking yourself so seriously, but taking what you do very seriously and taking your core values and your mission very seriously. And if you can start developing a mission statement in your life, and that will change over time, but if you start that practice of thinking, what are my core values, what I care about most, and I should care about what I care about. So often we might be able to articulate what we care about, but do we actually care about it? Do we think about that every single day? And do we try to practice that mission statement in our life to become more purposeful? When we become more purposeful, we're better able to manage our emotions. And if we can manage our emotions, then we can get into a meeting. And if we're getting upset about something, we think, I have a bigger purpose, a bigger vision. And so that's what we want to teach students how to do more often. And that could be done, by the way, online. And I have an online course through Coursera. If you go to coursera.org, I have a course called Finding Meaning and Purpose, How to Live for What Matters Most. And in this year during COVID, we've already had 110,000 people enrolled in the course from around the world, and it's free. So if you are interested in this, you might want to go to that course if this is of interest. So I'll stop there. I hope that makes some sense. It's still a bit early here. So
no, it does. It does. It is wonderful and very interesting. One of my questions I would have, but we can turn to that later, is what happens between when you're 5 years old and when you're 25? Where did you lose yourself along the way?
When do you lose your creativity? If you ask a 5-year-old, are you creative? All of them in the classroom will go, oh, yes, ooh, I'm creative. And then I ask my undergrad students, who's creative? And maybe 10% will raise their hand. What did we do to mess that up?
Exactly. That's I think one of the core questions also related to this important topic: curiosity, creativity, open-mindedness. And I'm sure that Barbara, you will be able to embark on that conversation also from your own experience, and maybe also letting us know how an online course can be so incredibly popular around the world, because you must have something else than pure STEM education. There must be something else. So the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. And first, I also have to tout Victor's book, Life on Purpose, which is an outstanding book. So if you're a reader, also check out his book. It's fantastic. So I absolutely agree with Vic that learning life skills is an outstanding thing to do, that we all need to do it. The challenge really is being able to teach these kinds of skills, because some, they're very hard to teach, and they have to arise through a great deal of practice. So just explaining something to someone is not enough. And I'll just go a little bit on the side, but the brain has two major learning systems. One is declarative through the hippocampus, and that's like what I'm doing right now, is explaining an idea to you. The second way of learning is the procedural pathway through the basal ganglia. You're completely unaware of the learning that takes through this pathway that goes on. But at the same time, it's really, really an important way of learning. And that indeed is how you develop your value functions. And that's intimately related to the purpose that Vic was speaking about. So it is, you only develop the memories in long-term memory, those sets of neural links in long-term memory through that basal ganglia system, if you practice. Declarative learning, you can get it right away, but you won't implement it. You can know it, but you won't do it. So it's really, really hard to teach social skills and emotional skills, because it's not just explaining, it's also doing. And it's really hard to get into people's lives to sort of get them to actually do things. And a short-term intervention like a class, unless it's really well done, can still not have much of an impact on people's lives. So I guess for me, I started out many years ago. Well, I hated math and science, and so I flunked my way through elementary, middle, and high school math and science. I wanted to learn another language, so я занималась русским языком, но это уже 40 лет тому назад, и поэтому я забыла все, что зналась. So,
Russian 40 years ago.
Russian, I learned at the Defense Language Institute in Monterey, California, which is one of the best language learning institutions in the world. And my Russian's pretty old, unless I have a glass of wine, which it's a bit early in the morning here to have. But what I found, though, is that language learning really wasn't enough. For me to do something that I found really fulfilling in my life, I also needed or wanted to get some kind of a technical background, because I found that many of the jobs that I found the most interesting needed that kind of background. So at age 26, I went back to the university and began studying engineering, and I started at remedial high school algebra. It was very difficult for me, basically because I did not know how to learn. I mean, I knew some of how to learn because I knew from language learning how you do it. But I struggled and got better and better as I went higher and higher. And of course, now I'm a professor of engineering. So it's been a very long journey to go through that. But what I found was that my problem-solving skills, as well as I think my social and emotional skills, were enhanced by having both kinds of backgrounds. So we can't minimize, and I don't think that Vic was minimizing the value of having so-called hard skills. But it's important to remember that just as there can be doctors and engineers who have little by way of social skills, there can also be psychologists, social scientists of all sorts who may have equal difficulties with social skills. And again, all of this is because it can be very, very hard to really teach good social skills. So I'm not sure that we're at the point yet. And my own background is, I mean, I have been overwhelmed at the interest in learning how to learn. That's the massive open online course that I do for Coursera with my colleague, Terence Sanowski. And we've had almost 3.5 million students, and I send an email out every week to 2.5 million students. And I think people are just, they want to have those learning skills. And the problem in the past has been that people will teach courses on how to learn effectively, but they're not solidly based on neuroscience. And they're not, I mean, it's just a kind of a repetition of the same old thing that you've always heard: sleep well, study hard, and so forth. But people didn't know how to study, particularly in the difficult STEM disciplines. And they didn't know about things like retrieval practice and the value of retrieval practice and so forth. So I think the course has become so incredibly popular because it doesn't just repeat the same old thing that has been heard over and over again about how you learn effectively, but that doesn't really tell you why, and that doesn't give you practical insights in how to learn, for example, in the STEM disciplines. I think it makes a difference when you have an instructor who is actually a STEM. Yeah, I'm a professor of engineering. I'm a fellow of top engineering societies. My colleague is a brilliant physicist as well as a neuroscientist. So we know how to teach these kinds of things. But I think online learning, it is so funny because when our course first came out, it was really, online learning was dismissed as, it's passé, it's not good, it's overhyped and so forth. But one thing that I began to notice that surprised me was that a lot of the very highly esteemed educators who were dismissing online learning, if you actually look at their presentations online and their courses, they really don't know how to teach online. And that's the major problem, is they say that online teaching isn't very good because they don't know how to teach. And the feedback they always get is, oh, this is really bad. But actually the online world is a really, it's a fantastic medium. And if you teach well, people love it, and they can get they can even get more out of it than they can from face-to-face learning. So I think there's a great deal ahead of us. I hope I've kind of touched on most of the questions. I do want to say that
you do, but we have to also give the floor to the two other speakers. And unfortunately, these sessions are only 40 minutes short.
Okay.
But you have gotten a very, very important point across, is the soft skills for the teacher as well, on how to actually bring the professors, the teachers, those who bring the knowledge to the others, to actually have the soft skills they need to make the others engage. And Elmira, you are the CEO of the Bureau for Continuing Professional Development in Kazakhstan, and you are also developing many different new opportunities for engaging and for continuous professional development. And so how do you resonate with the two previous speakers? And if you could stick to 4 minutes, that would be wonderful, so that we have a bit of time for Q&A.
Hi, everyone. I will try to be on track. And yeah, definitely thank you for inviting for this interesting conversation. Barbara just mentioned about the importance of the social and emotional skills. And I would like to start my speech with this. We all know and we are aware about the IQ. So I guess we don't need to talk about it. But more and more people now talking about the importance about other skills like emotional quotient, SQ, which is social quotient, and even adversity quotient nowadays, especially making just reference to the COVID situation. And especially it's a lot of pressure now and not a lot of people going through this situation well. So I would like to just point and spot several of this EQ and SQ points. I guess this is important because within the educational curve, it's like the new pathway how to help our students and even adults to go through the educational process. So the emotional AQ is the measure of the ability to maintain the peace with yourself, to keep on track, to be responsible, to be honest, open-minded, and so on. Another topic which psychologists say is very important now, it's a social quotient, which is to interact well with your environment, with your classmates, to create friends, to be socially active and unique in your way of presenting yourself. And it's important because a lot of people with a high IQ can be hired by the people with higher AQ and SQ, for example, and they will always stay in this career path without growing. Why? Because they don't have this SQ, AQ. For example, there are many cases showing this social and emotional skills and even other soft skills are more important than just classical academic education. And I partly agree with this. As Victor said, there is a kind of the end of the one-man show in the classroom when the tutor is speaking and students are the recipients of the information. And of course, technologies are influencing a lot. We are like made our first step in the era of the fourth industrial revolution. And of course, we cannot ignore this. I guess that technologies will become a partner in a classroom. It's not an enemy. This is definitely because I'm adept of the technologies. Of course, I will follow this line. But nevertheless, it's helping us even now within the Zoom, using these technologies of online conferences and other like proctoring tools and other softwares which helping us teachers and tutors to give our knowledges to our audience and students in the class. And to say simply, the AQ is represents of your character. SQ represents your charisma, kind of. And I would like to talk about the new habit, which is actually a new paradigm. It's AQ.
And you have 1 minute.
Okay, it's an adversity quotient. Okay, thank you. And I guess it's very important also to give a knowledge how to manage and change in our very fast, rapid changing environment. And I would like to address this message to the parents and the teachers because I guess we should not prepare the road for our children or for our students to not give them the ready-to-use solution. We should teach our students and children how for the road without giving any strict like advices or the strict framework, because this is all about the creativity. And I guess as it was before in the 3 previous revolutions, industrial revolution, everyone was saying that this is the end of the creativity. It's wrong, because we are still here, we are creative, we are trying to express ourselves in the world. So I guess the fourth industrial revolution will not change the creativity abilities of our students and the people in general. And of course, just a little and the last comment, we should not put all the responsibilities for the future of education only for universities, to universities, because it's like everyone's mission to make this world better way, and learning how to learn, actually, as Barbara was presenting her classes as some and one of the best and most popular in our days, because it's really important to give the knowledge how to learn and how to manage and reinforce the changes which we are facing every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're all running short of time. I would like to urge Victor and Barbara, if you can, to give a few references in the chat so that people can go to your resources. And Elmira, same. Where can people find you so that people know where to go? I turn immediately to Bakit Kul Abdiza Parova, because you will refer to this in how does this enhance the quality at your university? How do you see the connection? You have 4 minutes.
Okay. I absolutely agree that teaching soft skills is very difficult for each teacher, but it's not problem of separate teacher. It should be supported from institutional level, and university should have special politics for supporting, for creating, for developing soft skills. special steps, and of course skills evaluate, and therefore evaluating of soft skills, it's a part of quality assurance, and we should have special politics for evaluation, how university is ready for providing necessary soft skills, and each university should choose own trajectory how to step. This trajectory may be diversifying. For example, on our university, we are multi-profile university, and we use different approaches, like, for example, dual training, maybe training of STEM teachers, maybe startup projects, and etc. Also, training soft skills. It's not in. We should speak not about soft skills, because there should be combination of soft skills and hard skills to prepare a professional who is ready to solve complex professional tasks. And the university should understand when they prepare students, the kind of skills which is easy to teach and easy to test. It's the kind of skills that it's easy to digitize, automate, and outsource. And therefore, the task of university, is ensure that our generation is equipped with necessary relevant skills, which will be served for creating value for nation. I suppose. Shortly, that's all.
Well, this is wonderful, because you summarize actually how also the accreditation and the quality assurance mechanisms can value these parts much more in the future. As indeed, there are many parts that you can learn, and you can learn maybe through other means, yet bringing the knowledge together and ensuring that the creativity is brought back is probably what a university can help bring to the fore, along with critical thinking. But I will give the last word to each of you. We have been given 5 extra minutes. So one sentence maybe to conclude, even though there is no conclusion possible here, but to give everyone the incentive to go into looking what you produce elsewhere, also as shared in the chat. So I will go reverse, and Bakit Kul, if you want one word to add to this.
Okay. The value of soft skills, they are not be automated and unlikely be automated in near future.
Wonderful. Thank you. Elmira.
I guess the solution could be lifelong learning paths, and this is what we do in the Bureau for Continued Professional Development. So we would be ready to, and we'll be happy to share with you our knowledges.
Wonderful. Barbara.
I would just like to say it's conferences like this that will help bring us to a great future.
Victor. Nope, you're muted.
Muted.
There we go. I so appreciate being here and interacting with all of you. I've learned a lot, and I agree with Barbara. I think this is a wonderful forum, and I hope we can ultimately reach many people with this message that soft skills are incredibly important, and that universities should be finding new ways to imbue students with these softer skills.
Wonderful. And then to conclude, I may add that you all have a very international background that you bring to the table, and which probably also triggered these soft skills acquisitions for yourselves and in your life and in your work, and that you also share here in this round table. And probably that is what this kind of forum, as Barbara said eloquently, is the kind of forum that will bring us together and will be the start of much more conversations into the future. So it's been an honor for me to monitor this. Thank you so much. And I look forward to more. Thank you.
II – супер-ап для общения, решения ежедневных задач и потребления контента. II – это мессенджер, кошелек, групповые чаты и музыка.
Приходит весна и приносит новые надежды и праздничное настроение. А Кока-Кола делает праздничным ваш стол.
Плошка Кока-Кола – вот это праздник!
Мамины манты и Кока-Кола – фантастика!
Самса круче! Не-не-не, чебурек!
Самса! А курдак просто огонь!
А наш Беш соберет сотни лайков!
Встретим весну за праздничным столом с Кока-Кола.
Что такое энергия? Я верю, что энергия девочек может дать нашему миру инновации.
Поэтому при поддержке наших партнеров 3 года назад была запущена программа Girls in STEM, в которой я ментор. Эта программа помогает девочкам заниматься наукой, технологиями, инженерией и математикой. Мы уже получили впечатляющие результаты. Наши участницы покоряют Кремниевую долину, собирают роботов, запускают мобильные приложения. Об их проектах рассказывают на канале BBC. Я верю, что мы даем шанс каждой девочке заниматься STEM. Недавно в одном городе открывали IT-лицей, в который хотели принимать только мальчиков. Но когда администрация узнала про достижения наших участниц, то изменила свое решение. Теперь туда принимают и девочек. Я заметила, девочки в STEM стремятся создавать социальные проекты. Ведь так важно, чтобы наше изобретение помогало людям.
ComeCare – это мобильное приложение и специальная кнопка, которую надо нажать, если вы попали в беду.
Это ложка для людей с болезнью Паркинсона. Из-за тремора им очень сложно принимать пищу, но благодаря нашей ложке это сделать намного удобнее.
Brainfinder – прибор, который помогает сделать быстрый и безболезненный укол. Нужно просто навести лучи на область вены, чтобы подсветить ее.
Это умная перчатка для людей с нарушениями зрения. Она позволяет ориентироваться в пространстве и безопасно передвигаться.
На улицах мы часто видим заполненный мусором контейнер, поэтому мы придумали Smart Bin. Smart Bin – это умный контейнер, который отправляет сигнал коммунальным службам сразу, как только он заполняется.
Я очень хочу, чтобы каждая девочка могла стать ученым или инженером. Участие девочек ускоряет социальные изменения. Мы внедряем инновации во имя перемен.
Может, мне погромче тогда? Хорошо. Говорю, нормально? Central Asian Nobel Fest. Welcome. Welcome. Festival. 1, 1, 1, 2. Появилась она в Зуме, Тош?
Уже 9-й год в Казахстане успешно реализуется социальный проект «Кока-Кола Белестере», который нацелен на развитие женского предпринимательства на селе. За годы работы в рамках проекта обучено более 35 тысяч сельских женщин, из которых более 3500 участвовали в конкурсе на лучшую бизнес-идею. В итоге 81 женщина получила грант на начало или развитие собственного дела на общую сумму, эквивалентную $304 тысячам США. Обладательницы грантов создали более 200 новых рабочих мест. Уникальность проекта в том, что он имеет простые и понятные учебные материалы, составленные на реальных примерах. Бизнес-тренеры проекта выезжают даже в самые отдаленные населенные пункты областей республики. Все это делает проект доступным и полезным. За весь период проекта проведено более 350 тренингов в различных населенных пунктах. В 2020 году обучение проходило в онлайн-режиме. Истории успеха победительниц проекта Coca-Cola Белестере, их путь и достижения полезны миллионам женщин из всех регионов Казахстана. Служат им примером, являются вдохновением и стимулом смелее открывать собственное дело и верить в себя.
Какое ощущение у вас было, когда вам сообщили, что вы выиграли грант Coca-Cola Белестере?
просто бомбила и разрывала изнутри. Я была одной из 10, это было просто
Раз, два, три,
взрыв
5.
эмоций тотальный, потому что я просто прыгала и скакала.
Я волновалась сильно. Я сейчас помню, как все как в тумане. Конечно, это гордость какой-то. Я даже не знаю, как это описать. Столько людей, я на сцену не выходила перед таким количеством людей.
Изменилась ли ваша жизнь с Coca-Cola Белестере?
Өзімнің білім беруге арналған оборудованиемді алдым, тренингтер өткізе алатын болдым, эксперт болуға шақырды. Сол арқылы табысым ұлғайды.
Бизнесім алдыға жылжыды. Былтыр 400 литр бал алсақ, биыл біз енді Coca-Cola грантын жеңіп алғандықтан біз енді Алла қаласа 1000 литр бал аламыз деп отырмыз.
Вы хотели бы что-то сказать организаторам проекта Coca-Cola Белестере?
Масштабировать, чтобы количество грантов увеличилось в десятки раз, чтобы женщины смогли реализовать свои мечты, бизнес-идеи.
Это очень классный, замечательный проект, и хотелось бы, чтобы больше женщин получило такую возможность.
Данный проект дал начало движению активных сельских женщин, которое в итоге способствовало созданию отдельной площадки – форума сельских женщин Казахстана. С 2018 года ежегодно проводятся областные форумы сельских женщин Казахстана. Итогом этих форумов является Республиканский форум сельских женщин Казахстана, в работе которого принимают участие женщины-делегаты со всех областей республики. В 2020 году проект Coca-Cola Белестере стал доступен в формате онлайн-обучения для женщин, готовых начать или развить свой бизнес. Онлайн-школа «Личные подсобные хозяйства» farmerschool.kz предназначена для широкого круга населения и обучает разным видам бизнеса на селе.
Здравствуйте.
Платформа «Бизнес-Тим» в социальной сети Facebook – это инициатива экспертов проекта для объединения всех желающих женщин пройти онлайн-обучение основам бизнеса, найти наставников и единомышленников в целях создания и развития устойчивого малого бизнеса. Результаты проекта Coca-Cola Белестере в Казахстане приносят свои плоды и вносят вклад в экономическое и экологическое развитие сельских территорий страны. Проект содействует росту вклада женщин в комплексное развитие села и достижению целей устойчивого развития ООН до 2030 года.
Теперь говорить?
Нет. Теперь классно. Может, потому что из-за... Сейчас говорила...
Это что такое? Это же Конноли. Он любит писать. Хороший помощник. Ну ничего.
You're Dr. Sasa. So pleased to have you with us today.
Hello. Ay.
Thanks for the one page.
Вау. Я вот уверяю, она там забыла. Наверное, не столько делал. Ну ничего.
Из года в год вы переживаете высокие риски потери урожая, пытаясь восполнить их огромными затратами на леса. Онлайн-платформа ЕГЭстык – это отечественный продукт, отличающийся простотой в использовании. После регистрации вам нужно загрузить кадастровый номер участка. Далее программа подбирает необходимый анализ, используя открытые данные со спутников, которые находятся в свободном доступе. Полученная карта участка выделяется слоями, где вы можете проверить необходимую информацию о вашем хозяйстве. Соответственно, вы сможете объективно оценить, как работают агрономы, а также минимизировать ваши риски. По нашим снимкам вы можете увидеть, где всход хороший, а где не произошел вообще. Эти участки вы можете засеять заново, чтобы земля не простаивала, либо вовремя внести удобрения, чтобы повысить урожайность вашей земли.
Хорошему вообще завтра. На завтра,
Наш
наверное.
сервис позаботится о вашем хозяйстве.
Благодарственные письма всем спикерам.
Я не знаю, будет ли у меня время.
Уже 9-й год в Казахстане успешно реализуется социальный проект «Кока-кола Белестере», который нацелен на развитие женского предпринимательства на селе. За годы работы в рамках проекта обучено более 35 тысяч сельских женщин, из которых более 3,5 тысяч участвовали в конкурсе на лучшую бизнес-идею. В итоге 81 женщина получила грант на начало или развитие собственного дела на общую сумму, эквивалентную $304 тысячам США. Обладательницы грантов создали более 200 новых рабочих мест. Уникальность проекта в том, что он имеет простые и понятные учебные материалы, составленные на реальных примерах. Бизнес-тренеры проекта выезжают даже в самые отдаленные населенные пункты областей республики. Все это делает проект доступным и полезным. За весь период проекта проведено более 350 тренингов в различных населенных пунктах. В 2020 году обучение проходило в онлайн-режиме. Истории успеха победительниц проекта «Кока-кола Белестере», их путь и достижения полезны миллионам женщин из всех регионов Казахстана. Служат им примером, являются вдохновением и стимулом смелее открывать собственное дело и верить в себя.
Какое ощущение у вас было, когда вам сообщили, что вы выиграли грант «Кока-кола Белестере»?
Просто бомбила и разрывала изнутри. Я была одной из 10, это было просто взрыв эмоций тотальный, потому что я просто прыгала и скакала.
Я волновалась сильно, я сейчас помню, как все как в тумане. Конечно, это гордость какой-то, я даже не знаю, как это описать. Столько людей, я на сцену не выходила перед таким количеством людей.
Изменилась ли ваша жизнь с «Кока-кола Белестере»?
Өзімнің білім беруге арналған оборудованиемді алдым, тренингтер өткізе алатын болдым, эксперт болуға шақырды. Сол арқылы табысым ұлғайды.
Бизнесім алдыға жылжыды. Былтыр 400 литр бал алсақ, биыл біз енді Кока-кола грантын жеңіп алғандықтан біз енді Алла қаласа 1000 литр бал аламыз деп отырмыз.
Вы хотели бы что-то сказать организаторам проекта «Кока-кола Белестере»?
Масштабировать, чтобы количество грантов увеличилось в десятки раз, чтобы женщины смогли реализовать свои мечты, бизнес-идеи.
Это очень классный, замечательный проект, и хотелось бы, чтобы больше женщин получило такую возможность.
Данный проект дал начало движению активных сельских женщин, которое в итоге способствовало созданию отдельной площадки – форума сельских женщин Казахстана. С 2018 года ежегодно проводятся областные форумы сельских женщин Казахстана. Итогом этих форумов является Республиканский форум сельских женщин Казахстана, в работе которого принимают участие женщины-делегаты со всех областей республики. В 2020 году проект «Кока-кола Белестере» стал доступен в формате онлайн-обучения для женщин, готовых начать или развить свой бизнес. Онлайн-школа «Личные подсобные хозяйства» farmerschool.kz предназначена для широкого круга населения и обучает разным видам бизнеса на селе. Платформа «Бизнес-Тим» в социальной сети. Уже 9-й год в Казахстане успешно реализуется социальный проект «Кока-кола Белестере», который нацелен на развитие женского предпринимательства на селе. За годы работы в рамках проекта обучено более 35 тысяч сельских женщин, из которых более 3,5 тысяч участвовали в конкурсе на лучшую бизнес-идею. В итоге 81 женщина получила грант на начало или развитие собственного дела на общую сумму, эквивалентную $304 тысячам США. Обладательницы грантов создали более 200 новых рабочих мест. Уникальность проекта в том, что он имеет простые и понятные учебные материалы, составленные на реальных примерах. Бизнес-тренеры проекта выезжают даже в самые отдаленные населенные пункты областей республики. Все это делает проект доступным и полезным. За весь период проекта проведено более 350 тренингов в различных населенных пунктах. В 2020 году обучение проходило в онлайн-режиме. Истории успеха победительниц проекта «Кока-кола Белестере», их путь и достижения полезны миллионам женщин из всех регионов Казахстана. Служат им примером, являются вдохновением и стимулом смелее открывать собственное дело и верить в себя.
Какое ощущение у вас было, когда вам сообщили, что вы выиграли грант «Кока-кола Белестере»?
Просто бомбила и разрывала изнутри. Я была одной из 10, это было просто взрыв эмоций тотальный, потому что я просто прыгала и скакала.
Я волновалась сильно, я сейчас помню, как все как в тумане. Конечно, это гордость какой-то, я даже не знаю, как это описать. Столько людей, я на сцену не выходила перед таким количеством людей.
Изменилась ли ваша жизнь с «Кока-кола Белестере»?
өзімнің білім беруге арналған оборудованиемді алдым, тренингтер өткізе алатын болдым, эксперт болуға шақырды. Сол арқылы табысым ұлғайды.
Бизнесім алдыға жылжыды. Былтыр 400 литр бал алсақ, биыл біз енді Кока-кола грантын жеңіп алғандықтан біз енді Алла қаласа 1000 литр бал аламыз деп отырмыз.
Вы хотели бы что-то сказать организаторам проекта «Кока-кола Белестере»?
Масштабировать, чтобы количество грантов увеличилось в десятки раз, чтобы женщины смогли реализовать свои мечты, бизнес-идеи.
Это очень классный, замечательный проект, и хотелось бы, чтобы больше женщин получило такую возможность.
Данный проект дал начало движению активных сельских женщин, которое в итоге способствовало созданию отдельной площадки – форума сельских женщин Казахстана. С 2018 года ежегодно проводятся областные форумы сельских женщин Казахстана. Итогом этих форумов является Республиканский форум сельских женщин Казахстана, в работе которого принимают участие женщины-делегаты со всех областей республики. В 2020 году проект Coca-Cola Белестере стал доступен в формате онлайн-обучения для женщин, готовых начать или развить свой бизнес. Онлайн-школа «Личные подсобные хозяйства» farmerschool.kz предназначена для широкого круга населения и обучает разным видам бизнеса на селе. Платформа «Бизнес Тим» в социальной сети Facebook – это инициатива экспертов проекта для объединения всех желающих женщин пройти онлайн-обучение основам бизнеса, найти наставников и единомышленников в целях создания и развития устойчивого малого бизнеса. Результаты проекта Coca-Cola Белестере в Казахстане приносят свои плоды и вносят вклад в экономическое и экологическое развитие сельских территорий страны. Проект содействует росту вклада женщин в комплексное развитие села и достижению целей устойчивого развития ООН до 2030 года.
Из года в год вы переживаете высокие риски потери урожая, пытаясь восполнить их огромными затратами на ресурсы. Онлайн-платформа «Егостык» — это отечественный продукт, отличающийся простотой в использовании. После регистрации вам нужно загрузить кадастровый номер участка. Далее программа подбирает необходимый анализ, используя открытые данные со спутников, которые находятся в свободном доступе. Полученная карта участка выделяется слоями, где вы можете проверить необходимую информацию о вашем хозяйстве. Соответственно, вы сможете объективно оценить, как работают агрономы, а также минимизировать ваши риски. По нашим снимкам вы можете увидеть, где всход хороший, а где не произошел вообще. Эти участки вы можете засеять заново, чтобы земля не простаивала, либо вовремя внести удобрения, чтобы повысить урожайность вашей земли. Наш сервис позаботится о вашем хозяйстве.
II – супер-ап для общения, решения ежедневных задач и потребления контента. II – это мессенджер, кошелек, групповые чаты и музыка.
Dear students and colleagues, my name is Aaron Chikanover, and I am an Israeli physician and biologist working at the Faculty of Medicine of the Technion, which is Israel Institute of Technology in Haifa, Israel. I happen also to be a laureate of the 2004 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for discovering the ubiquitin-mediated proteolytic system. I intend to participate and to give a talk at the Central Asia Nobel Festival series of lectures, and I invite you all to participate, to inspire us and to be inspired. But mostly, I want you to learn from this participation one lesson. People like us who made important discoveries are human beings exactly like you are. We have two hands, two eyes, two legs. We are simple human beings. And if we could do it, you can do it as well. So all the best, and hope to meet you all in the upcoming Festival of Nobel Laureates in Kazakhstan. Take good care of yourself and stay safe.
Welcome to the Central Asia Nobel Fest in 2021. This is John Mather, Senior Project Scientist for the James Webb Space Telescope, working at NASA in Greenbelt, Maryland, the United States. I'm interested in the whole history of the universe from the Big Bang to now, how life became possible on our own little planet circling an ordinary star, how we can protect our planet, and how far we can go. I hope you will find the Nobel Fest a fascinating adventure.
Hi, I'm David Spergel. I won the Breakthrough Prize in 2018, and I'm excited about speaking at the Central Asia Nobel Fest on my work and others on cosmology. Over the past 20 years, we've learned that atoms, the stuff that makes up us, makes up only 5% of the universe. So I'll be telling the story of how we probe the dark matter, the dark energy, and look back to the beginnings of the universe and learn how structure, and galaxies, and everything else emerges.
Я уже сегодня весь день.
Look forward to seeing you soon.
Не-не-не, я не буду.
Армандар алға жетелегенде. Білім жетістікке ұласқанда.
Добрый вечер, Центральная Азия. Добрый вечер.
Good evening, Central Asia. Good evening, the world. Unfortunately, our session will have to be cancelled because Dr. Susan unfortunately was not able to connect, so we will postpone this session. But also tomorrow, noon, Nur-Sultan's time, we will start with our first session of day 3 of the Nobel Fest. The session will be dedicated to schools of the future. What should children learn today for a successful tomorrow? And we'll open the day officially at noon. Hopefully you liked day 1 and 2 of the Nobel Fest. It's great to see you, and we are grateful to see that the YouTube chat and website chat is full of your messages. You are connecting to us from various countries and universities, and thank you for being here. We'll see you tomorrow at noon, and at 2 p.m. we'll continue with the main program of the Nobel Fest. Thank you all. See you tomorrow. That was the end of day 2 of the Nobel Fest. As Dale Carnegie has mentioned, a strong desire to learn something is 50% of success. So, dear friends, congratulations with your success, and I thank you for participating today. But we still have the following ahead of us. We'll have intellectual discussions with the Nobel Prize winners and leading experts, focusing on the topics education of the future, medicine, green technologies, inclusive development in digital age. Do you want to see more? Then see you tomorrow online.
No, no.
Армандар алға жетелегенде. Білім жетістікке ұласқанда. Шабыттар бірге шыңдалғанда. Биік белестерге қадам басқанда. Ұмытылмас сәттерде өз арманыңды басқара біл. Әуезов University.